Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm going to call this meeting to order and note that we do have quorum today with Mayor Klumpus absent and Councillor Vickers, I'm sure, on his way. And we will begin with a moment of reflection. Thank you. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof around the council table? Seeing none and noting that I will be declaring on a couple of items later on as we go through the agenda. We'll move forward into announcements. Are there any announcements around the table from council today? Okay, and seeing none, it looks like most of the holiday festivities are behind us now. So I do want to announce, though, that the Mayor and Council Levy Skating Party will take place on Sunday, January the 12th, 2020, from 12 until 2 p.m. at the Meaford and St. Vincent Community Centre. This will kick off the new decade of 2020 at the arena with Mayor Barb Klumpus and Council for an afternoon of free skating, hot chocolate, and refreshments. So we always have a good turnout for the Mayor's Levy, and it's fun. So do try and attend that if you can. Public participation. Members of the public are encouraged to provide council with their comments and questions. Presentations must be prearranged with the clerk's department before the agenda is released. Members of the public who wish to make a deputation about a specific agenda item or ask a general question must register before the start of the meeting. Deputations are limited to 5 minutes, while public questions are limited to 2 minutes. And just before we move into our first presentation, I have a presentation to make, and I'm going to invite Councillor Bell to come with me. As Stephen and Suzanne both well know, and this is Councillor Bell's initiative, which is why I invited Tony to join us here. We have a new recognition award that we're presenting to businesses and to organizations on the anniversary of their years in business. And so because the Meaford Independent is now 10 years in business this year, we want to show our appreciation to you with the very first business recognition certificate. And so I want to present that to you, Stephen, and to Suzanne, and to say how much council appreciates all of your efforts in, first of all, being here every meeting, and I know some of the meetings get long, but we're so grateful for your fairness, Stephen, in the way that you report about council and the great level of detail that you provide for our residents. I know that that is the go-to spot, whether it's online or in the written paper or your Facebook page. That's the go-to for people to know what's going on at council. So we just want you to know how much we appreciate you. So congratulations. Congratulations.
Thank you, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and the first presentation will come from Dr. Kevin Hooper, who's going to speak to us about a multi-recreational facility.
Ooh, we're close.
Anyway, good afternoon, Council. Thank you for inviting me back to share with you some of the concerns of our coyotes, our training facilities, and some solutions to provide for you. Not just solutions for the coyotes, but also solutions for our municipality as a whole. I would like to start with a brief quote and then a little story from the Georgian Bay Explorer. Good things come to those who wait, but not to those who wait too long. I remember a commentary that Councillor Kentner shared many years ago where he talked about Meaford, Owen Sound, and Collingwood. And in the early 1900s, there was 4,000 people in each of those communities. 100 years later, it was predicted that by 2000, Meaford would be exceeding 30,000 people, and Owen Sound and Collingwood would be remaining at 4,000 people. Interesting. Due to the choices that each municipality has made over the decades, those numbers have been completely flipped. Toronto is coming, so let's give them a reason to stay. Some of our concerns: weather conditions tops our list. This is our team, by the way, if you haven't seen them. This is this year's team. We have about 70 members. Anyway, weather conditions. This is nice green grass, but we often train right now in the wintertime with sloppy roads that are icy, and we're constantly falling all over the place. Even just last week, we had a kid twist their ankle and 2 kids falling just because the roads aren't well salted or sanded. In addition, motorists are becoming less tolerant with us, often honking their horns at us, yelling at us. Last year, one parent actually used their road rage finger to one of our kids. I've twisted my knee and required surgery because of the slippery roads. Cemetery Hill is also quite slippery, and at the top of the hill, that light at the top of the hill is often burned out, so it's quite dark up there on Tuesday nights. Bathroom facilities, we have none. There's no place in town to train where we have easy access to a washroom facility. So in the summertime, we have that many kids looking for a place to go pee, and there is none. And finally, we have no place to call home. We've been told for many times now, both by council and by the school board, that the athletic field will be sold when it becomes excess. Some have told me it'll become geared to income housing. Some have told me they don't have a purpose for it yet, but no one has told me that it will be maintained as a track. Councillor Keevan, you mentioned to me a couple weeks ago that in Godred's, a new sports complex was a huge drawing card to doctors coming to the area. And as you're aware, in this area, our athletic facilities are aging and struggling. Our pool has been on its last legs for many years now. The hockey rink, I understand, requires a few $1 million just to make it handicap accessible. And nothing has been done to the track in over 30 years except for the lines that we've had painted on it and our annual cleanup. I presented to you in my report many facts and figures and pictures of a regional sports complex, moving all the facilities to one central location instead of continually putting expensive band-aids on aging facilities. This leaves extremely valuable land in our community to put in building homes, to be putting in condos, to putting in apartments, as well as attracting new families to the area, as well as seniors and doctors. I've shown you different options for making money on these projects. By hosting several competitions in the area, you can certainly help cover the cost of this expansion. And of course, the local citizens would make a huge impact on this as well. The St. John Fieldhouse, which is in my hometown, just recently opened its $26 million indoor fieldhouse, multi-sport complex, and it has already exceeded its fall expectations, and it's only opened in the last couple of months. And their 5-year predicted financials have a cumulative balance of $1.8 million, so it is well on its way to paying for itself. Here are a couple of scenarios for you guys to consider. One is to purchase the GBCS athletic field and maintain it as a track for the foreseeable future in such a way we could then fundraise to upgrade that facility to an 8-lane, 400-meter track paved. You could host local track meets on it for schools, but you couldn't hold anything more than that. You could purchase it and we could use it as a short-term training facility, and while a new home is being built for us, and then potentially move all facilities to a 50 to 100 acre area at a cost of $55 million. Option 3 sounds very difficult to swallow, but in the long run, it would make the most sense. And again, it opens up a lot of space to the area to build, again, condos and housing and all that stuff. Breaking this down into phases, it'd be hard to do this all at once, but break it down into phases. Phase 1 would be to purchase the land, building an outdoor track, building an indoor multi-purpose facility, and that would run you $32 million in change. And in addition to creating walking, running trails through the forest as well. Benefits of doing that, our coyotes would have a full-year training facility to call home. Again, a huge drawing card for doctors, other businesses, retirees, young families to come to the area. You would have an indoor facility for all citizens, from basketball to volleyball, pickleball, ultimate frisbee, daycare, walking groups, soccer, karate, you name it, it could be all in that facility. And you'd be able to host competitive events on a local, regional, provincial, and even a national scale. Phase 2 would be to build the hockey rink and indoor pool together. Collingwood has done this through the sprung structures, which I've shared with you. That cost would be $15 million for the two of them. By doing this, the two structures would reduce the initial cost of constructions. The heat generated from the pool would heat the ice, or the heat generated from the hockey rink would be transferred to heat the pool. The sprung structures cost 75% less than the bricks and mortar, and 50% reduced maintenance costs. And if it ever came you had to rebuild those structures, you could rebuild it 3 times in 90 years and still come ahead of the game. And phase 3 would be to move the ball fields, tennis courts, and a curling rink up there for a cost of $10 million. I've outlined you in my report different ways of making money. Just for example, having high school provincial championships, OFSA. If you had cross-country skiing up here, Duntroon did that last year, and they brought in $33,000 in one event. AAA basketball would bring in $17,000. The same thing for OFSA boys AAA soccer. Athletics Ontario Provincial Championships, cross-country running. Last year was in King City. They brought in $10,000 just in one morning. Pickleball in Thornbury. They have membership of $125 per year. They have a maximum of 120 people. If you had 100 people paying $100, that alone is $100,000 just in pickleball. Softball tournaments, you could bring in $4,400 a year. So, to close, we've been looking for a place to call home for over 5 years, and we've been talking, and talk is cheap. So there comes a time when that all-important step must be taken to make things happen. I've talked to countless people over the last year about this project, and everyone has been totally in favor for it, and they don't care what it costs. He says, build it, let's get it done. Toronto's coming. Let's be ready to welcome them with open arms, build an area that everyone can be proud of, and hopefully create a community that, like no other, that can, again, attract doctors and community and senior councils, the military, the Y, have a round table discussion to see how we can make this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hooper, and to your dedication to the belief in the dream of a recreational facility that now is coming to a point where we're talking about it, and it has to start somewhere, and you've been doing that, and I thank you for that and for all you do for the youth in this community. It's absolutely amazing. I always enjoy reading the media reports that you so kindly share so we can see the successes of our young people.
Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. But I want you to know that Council is grateful for your presentation today, and that we will continue to talk with staff and to talk with you, and be aware of the need for the Coyotes to have a full-time permanent track. So I'll open it up now to Councillor if there are any questions or comments for Dr. Hooper. Councillor Kentner.
I have a question. I keep hearing that the land that you favor for the project is actually zoned in a way that it couldn't be used for that. And I guess my question is maybe more to the CAO. Is it possible to rezone the land that they're looking at for the purpose?
Mr. Armstrong?
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor, Dr. Hoop and I have had numerous discussions about different lands. I assume it's the almond farm that you're talking about. That falls within a provincially protected special agriculture designation. So it's not just a case of the municipality zoning we would need to explore with Grey County. Needless to say, it would be a significant challenge to get that changed, and we've had that discussions. So we've been talking about other potential lands that don't fall under those same provincial restrictions.
Yeah, another, if I may, through your worship.
Of course.
Is there any facility in Meaford at the moment that has a washroom that is close enough to where the coyotes are exercising and training? Like I was thinking of the ballparks and so on. Is there any facility that could be open during the winter?
Mr. Armstrong?
I don't believe our facilities are winterized. Darcy would have to confirm that. But.
Through the deputy, we don't have any winterized facilities. However, we do have a contract for porta potties that provide winter use portables. So there is an option. We get very favorable pricing. So if the coyotes had a location and wanted to pay for a porta potty at somewhere based on whatever their training needs are, then we could probably work that out and extend that price to them.
Okay. Any other comments from council? No. Thank you very, very much, Dr. Hooper, for your presentation today, and know that it has not fallen on deaf ears.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have no deputations today, but we do have a public question. Mr. Dan White.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor and Council. Just wanted to bring you an update from AMP on the Memorial Park Master Plan status. We found that the RFP Burnside process put the cart before the horse somewhat in developing options prior to creating a mission. We've seen through public feedback to the Burnside process and in our survey that the people are not in favor with many of the changes that have been proposed, and 83% of our respondents on our summer survey reported that they would support the creation of a public advisory committee. We have taken upon ourselves to create a draft vision to submit to you to say that the mission should be to support the Memorial Park's natural landscape for future generations while offering opportunities for inspiration, health, and recreational enjoyment for the residents of Meaford as well as visitors to the area. Some guiding principles would be that the waterfront is the #1 feature of the park and should remain accessible to the public. Forested areas should remain intact to protect the wildlife habitat. No further development of natural areas, especially within 35 meters of the waterfront. No long-term or seasonal camping permitted. Public involvement is a cornerstone of policy planning and management practices to ensure sound decision-making and build public understanding and provide opportunities for residents to contribute their knowledge and expertise and solutions. Meaford Council is accountable for the application of and adherence to these principles. So again, we're talking about why PACs. What would a PAC do? It would create collaborative relations among elected officials, their constituents, and the staff. It would foster greater public engagement and avoid issues such as those related to the development of the Master Park Plan. It would increase transparency, accountability, and subsequently, public buy-in and trust. It would tap into diverse talents, skills, and expertise and professionalism of the residents, curtail some costs of consultants, create a climate of greater civic pride and partnership, and nurture responsive, responsible, and accountable governance. I have a group here that just is a partial list of Ontario communities that have PACs in place that are working and working well, and I will submit that list to you. And we looked at a lot of these and we found that the Kitchener model is very suiting for what we are trying to accomplish here, because they provide advice, some of their features as they provide advice on development of municipal policies, programs and services. They develop partnerships with the citizens, community groups, and other municipal committees to inform policies, programs, and legislation. Their committee may form ad hoc subcommittees with representation from the public, allowing them to tap into expertise of the local residents. And the committee can report directly to council members if it seems to deem necessary. In conclusion, AMP requests that council make motions to adopt a public advisory committee for Meaford Parks based on the Kitchener model and with involvement from the AMP group towards its creation. Secondly, postpone any consideration of final Burnside recommendations until the Public Advisory Committee is established and reviewed and commented on this report, and primary stakeholders have been given their opportunity to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. White. And again, appreciation to you and your group for all the diligent work that you have done to date through AMP and working on the proposals that have been presented in relation to Memorial Park and its business plan. So I just want to express from my own seat, as we've worked through the economic development strategy, and we're not entirely finished with that report yet, but there's a line in there that is my absolute favorite phrase now, which is collaboration is the new leadership. I firmly believe in involving our residents and including them, making people aware, allowing people to be involved in the processes in working with council to make the ultimate decisions for our municipalities. So I'll turn the floor over now to council if anyone has any comments for Mr. White. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and thank you, Mr. White. Right off the get-go on this Memorial Park, I wanted the people involved. I still want the people involved, and I fully support a public advisory committee. And if necessary, I'll bring a motion forward to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. Any other comments from Councillor? Councillor Kentner?
I will be here to second that motion, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan, very much for coming before us today.
Thank you.
And we'll move on to council inquiries. Any inquiries around the table? Councillor Bartley?
Well, thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I actually have a couple. This would go out to Darcy, or maybe Tory. We have a Soddy Bridge report. I've gone over it, and I've gone over Chatsworth, I've gone over Georgian Bluffs, and I've gone over Grey Highlands. Ours is now a little outdated. What would it take to get an update on where we sit on our bridges? We've had a lot of work done. We've had a lot of guardrails done, a few bridges replaced. Would we have to hire a consultant to bring it up to date on what we need, or would that fall in the new bridge report we're looking at for the master plan?
Through the Deputy Mayor, the master plan will do an update of that bridge SODI. It might look like a slightly different document because it will be included with the transportation master plan, but we are hoping to get the same information out of it. So we will have an updated one with the 2020, possibly into 2021, with that master planning document.
Okay, thank you very much. If I could ask another question towards that. Going over the other municipalities' bridge SODI report, it was a different group, a different consulting group that did them. And it just seemed that, I don't know if our consultants are take it too seriously or whatnot. The other ones, they have the same bridges, they're the same age, built in the 60s, and their prices, unless they're wrong, are half of what are in our bridge SODI report. And two questions. Is it necessary to use the same consultant? And two, do we have to do each bridge every second year?
Through the Deputy Mayor, we are seeing the pricing of our bridge projects coming out to be about the price that we are getting estimated from the engineer. Those prices could be very different just depending on what bidding we are getting and how the construction companies are bidding at the time. So those don't dictate exactly what is bid for the project, but allows us to have enough money in our budget to allow those projects to proceed. Comparing those projects to other municipalities, I'm not sure what the, first of all, the bridges might not have the same requirements. They might not have the same bridge spans. They might be of similar age, but might be of different construction, and that might be part of the reason for the difference in pricing and difference of work that needs to be done. But we can look into it. We have been pretty successful in the pricing we have been getting to this point.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I can add on to that, we actually went through a concerted effort with Ainley's who do the bridge inspections on a biannual basis to get them to update pricing to include other items not core to just the work on the bridge, which maybe is what the other consultants are doing. We actually have asked them to include within their estimated pricing the cost, our standard 10% contingency, the cost of the average 15 to 20% for engineering fees, so on and so forth. So when we're actually using that biannual inspection information, that's a proper guiding document to create budgets. And as Tori mentioned, we're seeing prices come in very close to what the budgets are. So we're actually doing an adequate job. There's no right or wrong. We just asked them to do that so we had, solid budget numbers. The other thing you asked is, do we have to do it every other year? There is a requirement for municipalities to go through an OSIN report at least biannually on all structures over 3 meters in size. So we do have to do it.
Okay, any other council inquiries? Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, and to kind of, to follow up on some of what Steve was saying there, what about different types of bridges? I know we keep talking about that, and I know we've probably, you've probably told me the answer, but maybe just remind me again, like, is it possible to look at different types? Because, as the more you follow it, the more you see that there is people selling them, and I acknowledge that they're selling the bridges to the municipality. They're saying that there is cheaper ways of getting away from the concrete base bridges and going to either, fiberglass, wood, kind of build in place sort of bridges. These are just a few things that keep coming around. So I just, if you can indulge me and make the comment one more time to help me try and remember and to understand what's the possibilities of other type of bridges.
Through the Deputy Mayor, on our current bridge projects that we are completing, we are having the engineers during design look at different types of bridges that could be constructed for those specific scenarios. And based on their review, they are identifying a preferred solution, and that is based on cost, as well as what would structurally work the best in that location and have the best lifespan, and including upkeep and maintenance of the bridge. So that's what we are currently doing for the projects that are taking place. We are also, with the Transportation Master Plan, going to be completing a review of different types of bridges that can be used based on council's direction and inquiries asking of different types of bridge types and what can be used and what can work in different instances. So we will be looking at it as more generally for the municipality moving forward with that Transportation Master Plan. But on a project basis, we are looking at different options and will continue to do so.
Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship. So, and I do understand, some of our major bridges, the Sykes Street Bridge and Trowbridge Street, are very major bridges. I'm thinking of more of the ones kind of out in the countryside that are, used a lot less cars per day or trucks or vehicles per day. So those are the bridges I'm thinking of more so of than to the major bridges that are inside our town on the major links.
Mr. Chapman.
If I could just, I'm not going to say that alternate bridge folks, are misleading. It's not that you guys go or the general public contacts somebody. These folks aren't snake oil salesmen. They're just not giving a complete picture of the cost. And I say that because I know that there was a member of council who was at a trade show less than a year ago and actually talked to a supplier of corrugated steel plate culverts and received a quote that, was not bearing anything, and that quote was just slightly under $200,000 for a CSP that would do the job based on replacing that bridge. And, the comment was, well, staff and the engineers are saying this is like a $700,000 job. I received a price from a corrugated steel plate supplier at just under $200,000. This is ridiculous. There's no, how can I trust staff and the engineer, right? The thing that you got to recognize is that $187,000 quote that was provided was for the steel plates and the bolts to put it together only. It was no cost to remove the existing structure that was there. There was no cost to excavate back to be able to put the footings in to then set the culvert on. The cost did not include putting all the material back in place. It didn't include putting all the guide rail systems on that would be required. The engineering that would be mandated, the environmental assessment that you have to go through to make sure that that you're mitigating environmental impacts, so on and so forth. So I don't disagree that the core cost for that structure was going to be $200,000, but that's not the cost of constructing the bridge. And I think that that's where, we really need to separate, the reality of the cost of a total project versus the truth of the material only that a supplier is providing to council or the public. That's the difference.
Councillor Vickers?
So if I could, I don't think, and at least I have never heard a councillor say that staff or engineers, are misleading us. I think as a council, from what I can gather from being around the table here, is that, we just want to make sure we look at all the options possible. And that, we don't think staff is trying to just lead us down a path of going towards the old tried and true concrete bridge. I think it's just important that we do take a look at it, and I'd be interested for an engineer to look at these alternate bridges and actually come back and say, look, this is what they're saying. This is actually the true facts, because it seems like we're having a hard time getting in between, what the salespeople are saying and what engineers are saying. So I'm just looking for, the truth as much as anything. And if the truth is to go to a concrete bridge, then so be it. I'm not willing to, to take unnecessary risks or spend money foolishly. So I guess I'm just trying to reinforce, and this has been said, more than once or twice around the table, that, we're really interested as a council to make sure we look at these projects in different ways. So I don't think there's ever been any mistrust between staff and council at all through all this process.
It's through the deputy. I would not say, this was never comments that were made in an open public forum. It was discussions that were had, trying to understand bridge costs and bridge designs after people had come back from trade shows or talked to other bridge suppliers. So the only thing I can say is that on the agenda, on the consent agenda, is the award of the Transportation Master Plan. And part of that $140,000 project is to complete a design brief for council on all the various different bridge methodologies that can be used in the province of Ontario and where those might actually be worthwhile opportunities for use in Meaford. So in the next year or so, council will have exactly what you're asking for.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I want to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Chapman for giving members of council some more ammunition to ask bridge builders and road builders when you say what a price is, all inclusive, including guardrails and any other details, when they start saying numbers, so that we have the right questions to ask the right people when we do go away to conventions. So I thank you for rounding out our questions.
Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I think it's going to come down to, in the future, because we have a lot of bridges in our municipality, and they are aging, and many of them need repaired or replaced. It's going to be simply a matter of we are going to have to broaden our horizons as to what type of structure could and should be used or we're simply going to have to come to the conclusion that some of these bridges will have to be permanently closed. Not very good options, either of them, but I keep thinking back to a bridge, not in our municipality, but just south of our municipality in Chatsworth on the Massey Road that was put in about 14 years ago. It was a 30-some foot long bridge. It was complicated because the stream that ran under it did not go straight under it, at an angle. So the bridge actually, one half of this bridge was here and the other half was, it was staggered. 30-some feet long, made by the Guardian Bridge Company out of Mitchell. The mayor of Chatsworth at the time, a fine gentleman named Howard Gregg, told me that all costs were in for that bridge for $250,000. Now, that was 14 years ago. Things have changed. Engineering has changed. Regulations have changed. Standards have changed. But we cannot be too scoped on our selection. We have to, as I say, open the horizons, and if culverts will suffice, maybe we've got to go that route. There are options, and we need to know about them. We need to investigate them all.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. It certainly was my sense from attending OGRA last February that there are solutions out there. I think bridge companies are recognizing that all of us as municipalities are struggling with the cost of replacing our infrastructure, and I think they are doing what they can to step up and meet that challenge by offering these alternate types of constructions, the wooden bridges and so on that I was told will still last 75 and 100 years. So yes, I agree. I look forward very much to this report and to analyzing which, if any, of those solutions will work best for Meaford. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Changing the subject from bridges, we have a park on the shore that got some damage for the water, and the talk is we're going to take the park equipment out of there. Is this something we could talk about at council before that happens?
Mr. Chapman?
Through the deputy mayor, we're going to have to remove the equipment so that we can actually even clean up the park because there's so much stuff deposited. We can have a discussion in the spring, you know, when we look at what we're going to do to try and remediate the park. I can tell you right now that staff are of the opinion, because water levels are high and because we're going to continue to see wave rush bring material up into the area and deposit it, that we would not suggest putting that park equipment back there again. Our plan was to take that equipment and actually put it over at David Johnson Park for the time being, and at least until water levels recede. If council does not like that idea, then we can certainly have a discussion about it either now or at a time later in the spring when we actually get around to trying to remediate it.
Councillor Bartley?
Would David Johnson Park be higher than, is it Fred Raper Park?
Yes, it is.
It is higher?
Yep.
Okay, so, but we can talk in the spring when we come up with a plan to remediate Fred Raper Park, whether the playground equipment goes back in or not.
Yes, I mean, through the deputy mayor, what we were going to do is take that whole area that is covered by up to 2 feet of debris right now and clean it up, and then simply, probably most likely just turn it into a sand beach area, because we're running out of sandy beachy areas for people to enjoy anyways. The problem that we have with playground equipment is not that you can't, you know, continue to dig out the stuff from around it, but there's a requirement for us to have proper ground cover underneath it in order to meet the standards. So if it continues to get filled up with debris and gravel and small stones and everything, well then every time we're going to have to either fence off the area around the playground equipment, or we're going to have to immediately put staff in there right after the storm to try and clean it up to make sure, and then spend a whole bunch of money on new cover under the equipment and everything else to try and meet the standard. So that's, you know, given the high water levels, we strongly feel as though it is a completely losing battle trying to fight against Mother Nature, so that's why we were going to put the equipment in another location, but certainly I can bring forward a report in March or April outlining what our expectations will be for spring cleanup.
Thank you, Mr. Chapman, and I would suggest that we do move forward and receive that report. Being essentially a neighbor of Rapers Park, I see how well used that park is by families, and kids love that playground equipment, and from my position, I would certainly like to see it returned if possible. So, yes, I think we should have that discussion in the spring. Councillor Kentner, I think you had a comment?
Just echo, through your worship, I echo your comments. David Johnson Park is probably unknown to the majority of people who just pass through Meaford, but many people pass through and stop at Fred Raper Park.
Thank you. I had a couple of inquiries myself, and I guess they're both for you, Ms. Perry-Mabida. The first, can you give us any update back to Bridges on the boundary agreement with Chatsworth?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I have been working with Matt to develop the boundary road agreement so that the municipality of Meaford is happy with the document, and we have gotten it to a point where it is now ready to be provided again to Chatsworth for final approval. So hopefully within the upcoming weeks we can get their comments and have that document finalized.
That would be terrific. Please let us know when that happens. My second question for you, at our last council meeting, we had a presentation from Dr. Severs in relation to concession 5, and I'm wondering if you can share with us, through the budget, of course, where there's talk about granular resurfacing, but I'm just wondering, is concession 5 slotted for that, or as far as you know, is there any work that's planned for concession 5 in 2020?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I will have to look at it again. We do have a 3-year granular resurfacing program. I offhand can't tell you if it's on next year's resurfacing program, but we will be entering into a new contract because we are done the 3 years that we have completed to date. So it will be again on that 3-year granular resurfacing program, and I can follow up whether it's in 2020 that road is slated for.
Thank you. If you could follow up with council, that would be appreciated. Any other council inquiries? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Just last one, and it'd be to yourself or Ross. City of Owen Sound has brought forward that they may want to hire an employee for climate change. I believe that should be a county initiative. I was wondering if that's something one of you two would bring up or talk about at county, whether that they should have a person for climate change initiatives.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. We can take that forward. There is considerable discussion happening at the county level in relation to climate change. Our new warden, Paul McQueen, has just announced that one of the first things he's going to do is form a task force that's going to look at climate change throughout the county. So we'll follow that with interest. The county did have a report. They had hired 2 grad students from University of Guelph, and they brought a report back to the county, and I know that county staff are now working through some of those recommendations. So climate change is very actively discussed at the county level. Did you wish to add anything, Councillor Kentner? No? Okay.
Thank you. And then when the county's done, would they share that with the municipalities?
We can certainly request that that happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Vickers?
Just one more inquiry through the worship.
Of course.
It's not quite as serious as what we've been talking about, but the clock on the wall here does seem to be a little bit fast, and I'm not doing this on my own my own good cause of it seems like I'm coming in late all the time, but I maintain I know it's not probably a Rob job. But there should be somebody here that can maybe adjust the clock, and I'm doing it as much for the people that are coming in online, because they're probably coming in at 3 o'clock, and the meeting's already started. And I don't want those people to miss anything that would be going on in the meeting.
Thank you for that, Councillor Vickers. I know
through your
that
worship, just we do actually edit that at least once every 2 months, but unfortunately, for whatever reason, it accrues time very rapidly. So we do try and keep it updated, but it is what it is.
So perhaps someone should write to Santa for a new clock. as it is 2 minutes out. Sometimes 45. No, my computer says 3:43. Okay. Okay, we're ready to move forward, I think. Motions and bylaws for decision. In the consent agenda today, we have 4 items. Was there anything council wished to pull? I'll need a mover and a seconder to put this consent agenda on the table. Could I have a mover, please? Councilors Kentner and Vickers, and we have item COM 2019-11, the Accessibility Year-End Report 2019. We have bylaw 2019-84, Business Recognition Program. Item COR 2019-11, Award of Request for Proposal for the Transportation Master Plan. And we have item COR 2019-12, Award of Tender for the 4 Sideroad Rehabilitation. Is there any discussion on any of those items from council? And seeing none, I'll ask for an all in favor then to accept those as presented on the consent agenda. Thank you very much. Items for consideration, beginning with item COM 2019-13, Library Services Contract, Owen Sound and North Grey Union Public Library. And I believe, Matt, you were going to speak to this? Mover and a seconder, please, to put that item on the table for, okay, we'll come to this side, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Bell, and over to you, Matt.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is a bit of a procedural and legal nicety. Back in 2017, the Library Board, following a number of discussions with Council and the public, entered into an agreement with the Owen Sound and North Grey Union Public Library to provide library services to all members of the municipality who wish to use the Owen Sound Library. That was a 3-year agreement that comes to an end on December 31st of 2019, and it gives provision for one extension period of a minimum of 2 years. Because that contract was entered into by the library needs to sign any extension. But there are some oddities in the Public Libraries Act that actually say that council is the one that should enter into a contract with another library board for the provision of library services. And as this is proposing a 4-year extension, which would be a total of around about $560,000, council needs to signal its approval, and so the resolution is suggesting that you delegate authority to the library board to enter into that extension agreement.
Thank you, Matt. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I have concerns with this. If we remember back, the Library Board cancelled the last agreement and council took the brunt of the crap that went on here for over a year. I don't believe that the Library Board should have the signing authority. It should be council. When it's all said and done, is that legal?
Mr. Smith?
Interpretations. Council can delegate its authority in pretty much any way to pretty much anybody, subject to a few very specific exceptions. So that's why the recommendation here is that you delegate your authority to let the Library Board enter into that extension, which the Library Board passed a motion on Wednesday to recommend that agreement be extended. The letter of the law, with my not a lawyer hat on, says that council should enter into those agreements. So as I was not here in 2017, and it was actually all done during a period of time when you didn't have a full-time clerk, because it was the interregnum between Mr. Tremblay and myself, I don't know what the advice was at the time as to why the Library Board signed that agreement rather than council. If council wants to be the signing party, or the municipality of Meaford be the signing party on behalf of council, then in effect this agreement would have to end on December 31st and we would have to renegotiate another agreement. That obviously is an impossible timeline and would have to be negotiated on a backdated basis in the new year, and may mean the terms and conditions change, in which case the money that's in the budget might change. So that's why I think at this stage we're recommending that council approve this, give the authority to the Library Board to enter into that extension, and in 4 years' time, or rather 3.5 years' time, there won't be an option for another extension, so then we'll look again at a true renegotiation and new contract, and at that time I would expect that the municipality will enter into that contract rather than the Library Board.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. I support just moving forward with this. I'm one of the people who go over to the Owen Sound Library and went over there and withdrew some material and was given a Meaford card. It's what you need to do, and it's been working. And I just want to see that collaboration continue. So I think this is a good deal, just to move on and keep it going.
Councillor Kentner.
I just wonder how many residents of the municipality of Meaford understand that they have the right to use the library in Owen Sound, the library in Meaford, the library in Thornbury, the library in Flesherton. We are extremely well endowed when it comes to our ability to access research materials and archives and or the latest bestseller.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Cuney. Just to follow up on Councillor Kentner's comments, yes, municipality Meaford residents do have access to LE Shore and Blue Mountains and Great Highlands, West Grey. Doesn't cost them to go there, as it does to Owen Sound Northbury Union. However, putting that behind us, the Owen Sound Northbury Union Public Library Board was expressing some urgency about getting this contract signed before the end of the year, and Meaford Public Library Board has discussed this a couple of times, and they wish to get it finalized, and we're hoping that this will be approved today, and we'll keep moving forward. We do not want to go through the kerfluffle we did 3 or 4 years ago. Again, it is just simply not worth it. This is maybe not the perfect agreement, but it's the best one we could come up with. It's serving all of our residents quite well, and let's keep it going.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield, and I certainly agree. We know how important it is to our residents in Sydenham and to all our residents to have this access. And just seeing Lynn in the room, I just want to mention that I often hear from my friends in Thornbury how much they enjoy coming up to Meaford and the great service that they receive here at our library. So when we call the question then, all in favor of moving forward? Thank you. And next is bylaw 2019-85, the recurring booking discount policy. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Bartley and Councillor Greenfield. Thank you. And Mr. Smith, I believe you're going to introduce this.
I am, although I don't actually have an awful lot to say. We had this before Committee of the Whole a month or so ago. Since then, as was promised in that report, all of the groups involved have been written to. They were encouraged to provide feedback directly to Council. The ones that have done so through the council@meaford.ca mailing list have all been included in your correspondence package. I imagine Council has heard from other groups individually. Over to you.
Okay, we'll begin discussion. Councillor Kentner.
I'm certainly not the only person, I'm sure, who's been lobbying on this. It sounds like we are going to be sending our minor hockey people to Thornbury again for their bookings, and that we're going to, do our figure skaters out of a deal that they really need to continue to exist. So I think we've got to find a solution for these two major groups anyway.
Councillor Kentner, if I may, it's my understanding through the fees and charges that the ice time for minor hockey may go, depending on what Council agrees to later on in our agenda today, to $85 an hour, which from the discussion we have with Georgian Shores, they seem to be quite agreeable to that number. So it was my understanding that that the hockey and the figure skating are relatively content at this point in time.
Figure skaters as well?
Yes.
Okay, that's good news.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Smith.
Through your worship, just so we're all very clear, it wouldn't be necessarily $85 an hour. I'm just bringing it up right now. It would depend on whether it was prime or ice rental for prime, $80 an hour is the proposal in the 2020 budget. If you pass this policy, there will be a 20% discount above that. So it will actually be $64 an hour, which is, I think, possibly the cheapest ice anywhere in the province. I perhaps should have said as I introduced, and I will remind, this policy and bylaw is here because council passed a motion being very specific that you wanted a 20% discount for any group that has 10 or more bookings. So this is why the policy is here. If council doesn't like this, they shouldn't vote in favour of it, and we will just carry on as we are.
Mr. Chapman.
Through the deputy, I think there's some confusion here in trying to look at the fees and charges, because the fees and charges bylaw recognizes the status quo moving forward. So if the policy doesn't get approved, the status quo would mean that the rental rates would go up by $5, from $75 to $80. If the policy gets approved, there effectively becomes no reduced rate for minor sports. So the rack rate of $120 an hour for prime rental, that's what they would have to pay. Now, if they book more than 10 ice times, which of course they all will, they would get a 20% reduction. 20% off of the $120 means that they would be paying $96 an hour. Now, that's $21 an hour more than what they're paying. I believe I said this before at a prior meeting, with the exception of the Thornbury ice, the average that minor hockey and figure skating pays in the region is about $108 an hour. Currently right now. So that's everywhere from the little old Rockland Arena, which is $112 an hour, to Owen Sound and the other Grey Highlands arenas and Shallow Lake and Hanover, so on and so forth. We polled all of them, and the average is $108 for minor sports. So the predicament that we are in Meaford is that Thornbury has artificially set a rate that directly competes against us, especially with Georgian Shores hockey, because they use both ice surfaces, and that's why council's in a conundrum.
Okay, any other commentary? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. So when we go over to the Lions Club or Good Food Box, get a 100% discount. So now they'll be paying 80% more?
Under the terms of the policy, yes.
So minor ball gets a 100% discount right now, they won't get that?
Absolutely. I will say that for some of these, we've done as much research as we can, and we can find no reason as to why some of these arrangements are in place.
Okay, I just think we're opening up a can of worms here that we, I don't know which way to go. I don't like the 20%. Right now, it's going to change a lot of people's lives.
And that's true, Councillor Bartley. Other comments from council? Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, and yes, I agree completely. Like this, we had good intentions of helping some organizations out by using this 20% discount, but it's unfortunately has wrapped in everybody else with it. And I think when we talked about it the last time, it was a concern that all of a sudden there will be winners and there will be losers. Some people will gain and some people will lose. And to all of a sudden make it, have this policy come about very quickly, definitely changes the playing field for some organizations. Again, some organizations will be very happy that they're now getting a 20% discount, but there's other organizations that will not be very happy about their fees going up. So I don't know whether we can, I don't know what the answer is by any means. I have no idea how to soften this one. But I think we need to be careful on our decision on this one, that we aren't, there's a yin for every yang, and this is the problem we're in for right now with this policy the way it is. So I will not be voting for it.
Councillor Kentner, you had your hand up?
Well, I'm more confused than I was before Darcy spoke. So through your worship, I think that we had good intentions, but I don't understand why we have a pricing policy and a discount policy, which are, at total odds with each other. So if I had to choose between them, I'll go with the pricing policy at this point.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, again, Deputy Mayor. I don't think there's any way it doesn't matter how we roll the dice on this, there's going to be winners and losers, or perceived winners and losers. Now, if we do pass this is good for 1 year, is it not? It's just for 2020, or is this a long-term?
Through your worship, this becomes a policy of the municipality and so is in place until council decides to do something different.
So if for some reason, and there may be many reasons, it doesn't work well for a lot of people this year, we could bring it back in a year's time. The other thing is, and staff has pointed this out, if we don't get adequate compensation for our facilities, someone's going to have to foot the bill for them. And that would be spread across the taxpayers of this municipality, and we're going to have some taxpayers say, well, gee, we never use this, we never go there, but it's a huge juggle, and as I say, I don't think we can satisfy everyone, so I'm inclined to vote in favor of it. See how it goes for 1 year. If it's a disaster, then yeah, we'll be back again next fall looking at it.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, maybe you could tell me this. You know all about the hockey. Minor ball, 100% discount. Do the other municipalities not charge minor ball for their ball diamonds?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I can't say for every other municipality, but I know in the city of Owen Sound and in Thornbury, because my kids have been involved in both their programs, that we had to pay for the rental of the fields. I was going to comment that a lot of the issues that we have are because of decisions that were made by prior staff in order to try and help out organizations. There was no ill will in what they were trying to do. But the problem is that there are winners and losers right now. And we don't pass a policy. It's easy because it doesn't affect anybody and their bottom line. But it's hard because the community now knows what's happening. So the Good Food Box that does great work and gets 100% subsidy, how are they any different from the Lions Club bingos who raise money for nothing but community-supported things? So, and I think that that's why, as staff, we support moving forward with the policy, because at least there is no playing favorites or trying, I mean, I think that's how the ball started. That's a great example. Somebody came to staff and pitched the idea of doing it and wanted to run it, and it was for kids. So instead of having to make kids pay so that it was all inclusive, they were going to volunteer their time. And at the time, the manager, the director, whoever it was, said, you know what, this really isn't costing us a whole lot, you know, to do this, and it's for youth, so why not? But now, a lot of these things have gone on for a long time, and there are a bunch of inequities, and that's the problem.
Mr. Smith.
And certainly, I think the inequities are why this is here, and I know that's why council wanted to consider this in the first place. There are absolutely winners and losers, whether you choose to adopt this policy or whether you choose not to adopt this policy. If you don't, I have to say, if I'm a representative of one of these user groups that's listed in this report, I'm at the next council meeting to say, I want my 100% discount, please. So that's why we establish policy. That's why, and I know council occasionally gets sick of me saying that is or isn't in accordance with our policies, but that's why we have policies, so that there is one rule that council knows is applied equally, that staff know what they're supposed to apply, and that the public can determine exactly whether or not they qualify for something. And so council asked for this. Staff think it would certainly be easier on our point of view, because we don't have to remember lots of different discounts for lots of different groups. But yes, it has winners and losers.
Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, I just feel that we would be better with one policy that rationalized things from the get-go rather than two policies that are fighting each other.
Mr.
Sorry, through you, Deputy Mayor, I think maybe between us we've confused council as a whole. There are not two policies. There is a fees and charges bylaw, and that's a bylaw that you have to have. You are not allowed as council of the municipality to charge any fee for anything without a fees and charges bylaw. That fees and charges bylaw right now has different costs for different ice rentals. It has a prime rate, a non-prime rate, and then it has an ice rental rate purely for amateur sports. And that rate for amateur sports is lower than the prime rate, and they get charged basically a non-prime rate at prime time. What would happen if you pass this policy is that we would remove those amateur sport association lines from the fees and charges bylaw, because there wouldn't be a special rate for amateur sports, because you'd have a policy that said, if you book more than 10 times, you get a 20% discount off the stated fees and charges. And that 20% discount would apply for this year's fees and charges. It would apply if fees and charges are different in 2021. It would apply to whatever the fees and charges are in 2024. So they're not competing against each other. One just has an impact on how we enter into contracts based on the existing fees and charges.
And that's my challenge, Mr. Smith, is that we can't let the losers out of this policy be our youth or our seniors. And that's my struggle. Councillor Kentner.
This is all very confusing, but it seems to me we should be as I understand it, minor hockey and figure skating are both going to be disadvantaged if we bring in the policy, and I think that's a mistake.
Yes, they would be, because right now the ice rental for prime is $120 an hour, and a lot of what minor hockey and minor skating have is prime time rental. So for those, they get charged currently $75 an hour, which is a 43% reduction. If the policy went ahead, they wanted prime time ice, it would be $120 an hour minus 20%, which is $96 an hour. So there will be a difference in 2019 fees from 75 to 96. In 2020 fees, it will be a difference from 80 to 104, I think, if I'm doing math in my head very quickly. So yes, they would lose out for sure. But all of the other groups listed that don't currently get any discount, that book more than 10 times, would benefit because they would get that 20% discount.
So perhaps, and I'd be interested in Councillor's perspective on this, 20% is the wrong number. Councillor Bell, do you agree? Mr. Chapman.
Through your worship, minor sports is definitely important. But between figure skating and minor hockey, they take up close to half of our ice time at the arena. But we should not be making a decision solely based just on minor hockey and figure skating, because there are a plethora of groups across a whole bunch of different facilities that will either benefit or potentially not benefit from this. I mean, one way that this can be looked at is in the truest sense of a business. You know, you establish the price point at which you can maximize your revenue, right? So we typically have demand for Monday to Friday ice at night for adults that would pay $120, but minor hockey and figure skating always come first. So with this policy passed, our non-prime rate, which is weekends and during the days, is $75. Minor hockey could very easily offset some of their losses and actually schedule ice at our arena on Saturdays and Sundays and end up only paying $60 an hour, which is less than they're paying now, because it's $75 minus the 20% discount. So they could very easily do an averaging themselves to still get to that magic $75 to $80 an hour. What that would then also do is open up that Monday to Friday ice time to allow the municipality to rent that out to higher paying groups. This is about maximizing the revenue at the facility.
So I think our challenge as a council is that we just don't have enough information. We don't really have an understanding of things like Mr. Chapman just explained about what the actual impact is to each and every group, whether they're up or whether they're down, and what that difference is. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just in response to that, the report does lay out exactly what discounts current groups are getting, and those that aren't listed individually are getting zero discount. So, you know, we do know what the impact of that is. A couple of councillors have mentioned whether 20% is the right rate. Council can pick any discount rate that they would like. What I will say is that if you change the discount from 20% to 30%, the current $36,000 that's budgeted for this subsidy will become $54,000. And that will change the 2020 budget right now. And so that's an addition. Any additional discount to this 20% will lead to an increase in the tax-supported operating budget for 2020.
Understood. Okay. Further comments from council? Councillor Kentner?
So is the solution to have a meeting with the minor hockey and the figure skating and find out if Mr. Chapman's suggestions work for them, and whether we might be able to come to an amicable agreement? And if we can, I think that would be fine. But otherwise, I think you know, I'm loath to see us you know, at odds with our minor sports in the community.
So suggesting then that this report be deferred until January. Mr. Smith?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, and with the greatest respect to Council, this has already been delayed further than a normal report would have been. We've had a month for consultation on this. I suspect that over a Christmas period, we're not going to get an awful lot of different response from that. It has an impact on the fees and charges bylaw. We need to get the fees and charges bylaw passed at the first meeting in January. I would advise against deferring this. I think Council has heard from a lot of these groups. I would suggest making a decision one way or other. And there's no right or wrong answer here. One helps one set of people, the other helps the other set of people.
Councillor Bell?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So I think that we can make a decision on what's before us, whether we like this or whether we don't like this. And if council doesn't like this, to vote in favor of it, that there's already been a lot of background work done on this, and someone can always bring something forward in the future on it because we've got background work and we know what we're looking at, and we can move forward with it without supporting this tonight.
Okay. Are we ready to call the question then? Okay. All in favor of moving forward with this report? Okay. So this is defeated then?
Can we
that
actually have
means-
votes against, please?
And a vote against? Okay. Okay. Defeated. So that means, for clarification, then all of those fees remain the same for this year, and we can revisit this for the budget for 2021.
Well, it means that there is no discount policy established. Council will deal with fees and charges later on in this meeting.
Yes. Thank you. Okay, so moving forward, item C0R 2019-13, pre-budget approval, resident service request management system. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Vickers and Councillor Bell, thank you. And Darcy's going to speak to this.
Through your worship, it's unfortunate that I have to bring a $5,000 item to council, but since budget has not been approved, we have no authority to spend anything for the 2020, so we are seeking approval to have Matt enter into the agreements. There is no real impact to the tax levy on this because we're going to be pulling $5,000 out of the IT reserve fund to cover it, but we just need to seek approval from council to move forward because the budget hasn't been finalized yet.
Okay. Any discussion from council? All in favor? Thank you. Bylaw 2019-86 H1 removal, 173 Fraser Street. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillors Bartley and Greenfield, and over to you, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is our standard H1 removal bylaw where lands do not front and open to maintain year-round municipal road. So nothing unique about this one.
Thank you. Any comment from council? All in favor? Thank you. The next is item E, and I will be declaring a conflict of interest on this matter. in relation to a family connection to Gordon Crescent. So I'll turn the gavel over to you, Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Mayor Keaveney. And let the minutes note that the Deputy Mayor did declare a conflict at 4:15 or 4:13, if you wish. This is to deal with DEB 2019-13 Gordon Crescent Assumption and bylaw 2019-87 Gordon Crescent. The recommendation is be it resolved that bylaw 2019-87, being a bylaw to assume Gordon Crescent into the municipal road system, be taken as read a first, second, and third time, and finally passed. And Mr. Armstrong, can you give us some? No, I'm sorry, yes. When we get a mover and a seconder, Councillor Kentner, Councillor Bartley. Thank you, Rob.
Yeah. Yes, thank you. So the development, Gordon Crescent, is a conventional plan of subdivision. An development agreement was entered into with the developer, original developer, back quite a number of years ago. More recently, the current developer is found themselves in a position of default and cannot no longer fulfill their obligations under that development agreement. In this regard, under the terms of the development agreement, the municipality will be taken over and finishing the works. We are already maintaining through snow removal the works within the subdivision for the benefit of the residents in there. We'll be utilizing securities currently held to finish the works and do that maintenance work, as well as some other legal and engineering works that will take us through to the end of this project. Part of our maintenance of this, it's appropriate as recommended that we pass the assumption bylaw at this particular time because we are maintaining the works going forward.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions, comments? Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Rob, I thought this was already done. We passed this in September and the pavement price went out and it was all supposed to be done, was it not?
We were exploring the possibility of getting the paving done. It was all lined up. However, due to weather conditions, it was recommended by the successful proponent that they wait to spring because of that. We were hoping to have the second lift done. Part of our assessment to be able to plow it was the condition of the road and the raised manholes. We were in there, did that. They do not present a problem for paving. We supported delaying the paving due to weather conditions to the spring, and identified that we would be able to continue paving or plowing it through the winter.
Okay, I apologize because I thought we had the money, the contract went out, they accepted the I thought it was done. So having said that, are the manholes still raised? How do you plow a road with raised manholes? I'm curious.
I'll take this one. So the road was left with ramps, asphalt ramps around the raised manholes. So we had our foreman go out to take a look at the street and make sure that the plows would be comfortable doing snow removal on the road. And because of the asphalt ramping, the manholes and other structures on the road are protected well enough from the snow plows.
And that includes the curbs where there's a 2-inch drop?
Thank you. Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, there was money held back as security, I guess. So I guess the long and the short, and it's just maybe as much of a curiosity question, are we going to end up paying for some of these, for the extra lift and for the improvements that need to be done to finish off the project? Is there enough money in the reserve, not the reserve fund, but the, you had a word for it, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
The holdback, yeah.
Through Councillor Greenfield, under the terms of the development agreement, it's a security deposit Sometimes that's in the form of a letter of credit, but in this instance, it's a cash security, so we do have money in the bank. The current estimate is that we do have enough money to finish off the works, do a interfunctional transfer for our costs to plow the roads for that period, plus our legal costs, plus our engineering costs. We need to finalize the project. We need to get record drawings, so there'll be some additional engineering costs. So our current estimate has that we have adequate securities in place to cover all of the costs with no impact on the taxpayer.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Anything further from council? And Rob, I'm assuming we have done some plowing on that street already.
That is correct, yes. We've been plowing since the onset of snow this year.
Okay, if there's nothing further, I'll ask for your vote in favor of fine. Thank you, and we will summon the deputy mayor back to the council meeting at we'll say 4:22. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Okay, so moving now into Committee of the Whole. May I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Kentner, thank you. And the first recommendation is that we move into the Committee of the Whole at 16:22, according to the clock that's 2 minutes fast. Okay, Community Services. Item COM 2019-14, Committee of Adjustment Procedural Bylaw Updates. And may I have a mover and a seconder to put that on the table, please? Councillor Bartley and Councillor Vickers. And that will go over to you, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. The Committee of Adjustment is a quasi-judicial committee of council appointed by council, and because of its quasi-judicial nature, it has its own procedural bylaw. That was passed, I think, back in 2011 or so. Because of a number of changes to the Planning Act and some changes to recommendations from the Association of Committee of Adjustment Officers, staff have put together a new Committee of Adjustment procedural bylaw. This has been back and forward with the committee members for some time because there was a little bit of a discussion on dealing with votes, particularly when the committee wanted to amend decisions and not accidentally reject them. So we're now in a position to recommend that council just approve this procedural bylaw, and the Committee of Adjustment is also comfortable with the proposed wording.
Any comments from council? If I may, Mr. Smith, just for clarification, in this report, it says if a member is not present for a meeting where a matter discussed would have posed a conflict of interest at the next meeting, that item must be declared by that particular member. Does that hold true for all committees? And
It doesn't. This is a real oddity about Committee of Adjustments. I have no idea why that rule is in place, but as far as I'm aware, it comes from the Planning Act itself, or from the LPAT and OMB rules. I've queried it. It is a rule, but it absolutely is not the case for council or other committees.
thank you. Okay, so all in favor then? Thank you. Corporate Services, the enhancement report. An additional corporate vehicle is being requested by staff. May I have a mover and a seconder to put this discussion on the table? Councillor Bartley, and I need a seconder. Councillor Vickers, thank you. And I believe, Mr. Chapman, you're going to speak to this.
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor. This was the last of the 4 enhancements that were presented to Council on November 26th. At the time, Council decided that they want to defer any decision-making until the next Council meeting. So prior to actually giving an update on the budget, which is the next item on the agenda, the first thing that needs to be discussed is the enhancement. I won't bore you with any more because I know that we've already gone through the report just a few short weeks ago.
Okay, and I'll open that up for Council. Councillor Kentner.
A question through your worship. There are 6 people mentioned, 6 positions that would be primarily using this vehicle, and I just wonder if I could know how many of those individuals actually have access to a vehicle as things stand at this point.
Through your worship, we all have personal vehicles.
Sorry, access to a municipality truck or vehicle.
None of us.
None of the 6.
None of the 6. No.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, could you tell me, I see need in this vehicle with the 6 people using it. If we do not give you a vehicle and we charge mileage and whatnot to personal vehicles, what would be the end result after 1 year? What would it cost the municipality approximately?
Well, through your worship, the 2 corporate vehicles that we have right now, depending on which one it is, typically run between 18,000 and 24,000 kilometers a year. Our current mileage rate is 58 cents a kilometer, so you're talking between $11,000 and $14,000 a year in mileage costs, which are, of course, are not embedded into the budget right now.
So that's the vehicles that you're using now, but the 6 people that don't have a vehicle and are using their own vehicles, that would be in addition to them 2 vehicles, correct?
That's correct, and we haven't been tracking mileage, and everybody's been gracious up to this point to use their own vehicles, but the problem is not just using our own vehicles, it's if we're on the side of the road, we don't have the proper light packages, you know, to make sure from a traffic control perspective. So it's a safety issue, and that's where this all came up, is that it was brought up through the municipality's health and safety committee.
Correct. And these vehicles are supposed to last 10 years?
That's the expectation. I mean, that's council's directive, is a 10-year cycle for any light-duty vehicles.
So I wish you'd give me a better answer on cost. So that's $3,700 a year for this one vehicle. Mileage and whatnot for your own personal vehicles would have to add up to that or more?
So our standard cost for light-duty vehicles corporately is about $7,200 a year. When you consider in, you know, the average cost of, you know, having to do brakes twice through the life cycle and one exhaust and having to do a couple sets of tire changes, plus the cost of the actual fuel going through the vehicle, oil changes, all that kind of stuff, it equates to about the average of about $7,200 a year for a car or a light-duty, you know, truck or SUV type of thing. So yeah, if we put on any more than about 13,500 kilometers at the current mileage rate, we're losing money.
Okay. In the, I went back and spent several hours on the budget again. I was looking for a little bit of money, and you found some money in the Human Resource Department. I thank you, because the other municipalities also found a bigger savings. It's all got to do with claims. I understand that. So I'm inclined to award this vehicle because I don't want, because what it's used for. If it was you had to go to Collingwood for a meeting, that's a different story, but these are going to job sites. I don't think your personal vehicle should be on a job site. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. And I'll just turn it over to you to Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, just a little clarification. So the purchase price is $37,000, and it's the $7,500 over the next each of the next 4 years is for maintenance and gasoline and so forth, or?
Through your worship, that's correct. So like I said, we typically charge out, you know, it's about $7,200, so it was rounded up to $7,500. That's the average cost. So year one, when we look for a new vehicle, we ask for the full cost of the vehicle because it's not part of the fleet, you know, program. And then every year thereafter, we charge out the equivalent amount to replace that vehicle and also the annual operating costs. So that's how that $7,500 is developed.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. I'm not inclined to award this for 2 reasons. One, this is an enhancement to the budget that was proposed to us. We worked 2 days to get the budget down to where we're going, and now we could increase that budget just by raising our hands. And the other comment is that, and I understand my fellow councillor Bartley's opinion about going to job sites, we see many times workers for the private sector who, when they go, they park their vehicles, and they're their private vehicles, and they pull them off to the side of the road. And I also believe that there are corporate vehicles which are badged with all kinds of lights and the light package that they have to have. If it's of extreme importance that an individual uses a vehicle, I believe that the employees of our municipality can work together with one another, and they can find a vehicle to go out somewhere if it's of that great importance. So just on the fact of enhancing the budget to how hard we worked at bringing it down, and you know, the general public has opinions that they're not really founded, but they have opinions that there's an awful lot of corporate vehicles inside our municipality. So I'm just not going to vote in favor of an enhancement to the budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Other comments from council? Councillor Kentner?
Through your worship, I can't vote for this either, and it isn't that I'm miserable or stingy or don't understand all of the concerns, but we haven't been able to wring hardly a red cent out of our staff on this budget or on our user pay fees for water and sewer. And I'm hoping that a little later this afternoon we might still scrape $1 or $2. And I'd be more than happy to come back to this, but at this point I cannot support this. Thank you.
Mr. Chapman, I'm wondering if you could comment on a thought of leasing such a vehicle. I know that there's the light package to be considered and the expense of that, but what would the numbers look like by chance if it were leased?
Through worship, first I'd have to comment to Councillor Kentner's just last comment about wringing a cent out of, from staff. Let me be 100% crystal clear to council and the public as a whole. This is not staff's budget. This is council's budget for this corporation. You establish the levels of service. You establish the expectations. This is your budget. If you are not satisfied with this, it is up to you as a group of 7 people to negotiate between yourselves through open dialogue by establishing resolutions to be tabled, to remove things or add things back to the budget. This is not staff's budget. In relation to leasing, the only vehicles that we've leased in the past are like we leased a car in the past that we use for the corporate fleet kind of thing, like we do right now with the Corolla and the van. We have not found a solution that works well from a leasing perspective when we are required to put like the light packages and everything else on a vehicle, because typically what you want to do from a lease perspective is lease it for 3 to 4 years, right? Well, when you have to add $7,000 into the cost of that, and then you lose that at the end of 3 or 4 years, the lease cost becomes a lot more expensive on a total cost of ownership annually than just buying the vehicle outright. Now, that being said, LAS, through the partnership with AMO, have just recently entered into an agreement with Enterprise, like Rent-A-Car, for a solution. We actually have a meeting scheduled with them on January 10th to look at options, but this is a first in the marketplace, so I wouldn't be able to tell you whether it's going to be something that's workable or not. The other thing that we need to recognize is that leases work extremely well in the private sector because there is a taxation impact. If you purchase a vehicle, you can only depreciate 30% of that vehicle annually, and that depreciation goes down. Year 1, you depreciate 30% of the total amount. Year 2, you can only depreciate 30% of the remaining 70%. So you lose that write-off every year. Whereas if you lease it, you write off 100% of the expense. As a municipality, we don't pay income tax. So there is no tax advantage to us to lease the vehicle. And that's why it's always made more sense for us to purchase the thing and to use it throughout, effectively its full life on a 10-year cycle. But, if we find a solution through this AMO opportunity, we'll certainly report back to council as part of, the 2021 budget process, and moving forward, it might be an alternative.
Thank you. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. I may be inclined to support this motion, but I need a little more information. This this is not a 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., 5-day-a-week vehicle. This is, I don't know how often, on the average, would it be used? Would it be used once per day, per week, for a couple of hours, or can you give me any read on that?
Through the deputy mayor, I think with the use of 6 different people, especially the 2 project coordinators that manage a lot of the larger projects, you know, this thing will be out multiple times a day, 5 days a week. If we thought that it was only going to be used, you know, once a day for an in-town run, we wouldn't be suggesting this. That's not the intention behind it.
Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, I'd like you to tell me, so if we don't allow this, it's not in the budget right now, so it's not that we're having a budget savings, we're just not adding to the cost of the budget if we put it in. You're going to come to me for some money on mileage. Where's that money coming from? Does that have to be added into the budget?
Through your worship, I would suggest that it would have to be, but I have real concerns about it go forward because this was brought through the health and safety. So just saying that we're going to pay the 58 cents a kilometer for a vehicle, you know, so that you use your personal vehicle, as an employer, we have to care about health and safety. As an employee, they have a right to refuse unsafe work. So anybody who's going out to a job site that doesn't have an adequate vehicle that's adequately outfitted with the proper, you know, safety features, has the ability to refuse work. So it's not just about paying the mileage rate. I don't know, you know, if people feel unsafe that they're going to refuse to do it.
I fully understand that. That's why I said.
From a monetary perspective, we would
Yes.
probably need to add, I would say to be safe, at least $10,000 into the operating budget to cover off mileage costs.
That is correct. So that's $10,000 a year.
Correct.
So at the end of 10 years, we're behind.
That's correct.
So just so council knows, not allowing this is not going to save this municipality money.
Councillor Bell?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To Mr. Chapman, council submits mileage. Can we refuse to go? We're in the same predicament. It's our personal vehicle. We get to go.
Through your worship, you're traveling to a conference. That being said, if the weather is inclement, you have a right to not attend either because of your own personal health and safety. You're not above the corporation's health and safety requirements. So you're not going to be on the side of a job requiring a light package, but if you hop into the Corolla to go to the Roma conference at the end of January and the weather is extremely poor, you shouldn't be going, first of all, but you also, you know, if somebody tells you you should be going, you have the right to refuse to go.
And just to add to that, Deputy Mayor, our council conference policy does say that councillors should, where possible, use corporate vehicles to get to conferences, and previous councillors have in the past taken the Corolla or the van to those conferences. But oftentimes council would prefer to be in their own vehicle so that they don't have to go directly to and from and not take any side routes to fun places.
Learned something, didn't we?
We may have, but I was thinking not just conferences. I run down to Markdale for the farm safety. I got 120 clicks. I'm in my vehicle. And if I don't like it that night, is that what I tell the good folks down there? That I don't feel safe tonight, so we'll see you again.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, so any further comment then on this report? We're ready to take the vote. All in favor of the purchase of this vehicle? Okay, so that is a tie vote.
Can we see the against, please?
And those against?
I only actually saw 2 hands for the positive.
Okay. So those against the purchase of the vehicle, 3, and 3, 4, so that is lost. Okay. Then we'll move forward to the 2020 final draft budget review. May I have a mover and a seconder to put this on the table, please? Councillor Bell, and a seconder, please. Councillor Kentner, and over to you, Mr. Chapman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. Bring up my presentation. So we'll run through this quickly just so anybody who's watching at home could follow along, and also just as a brief refresher for council as well, kind of talking about how we got to this point. Oh, a little click happy there. Or not. Can you pop to the next? Thanks. So where we first started, based on council direction of a 2.06% COLA, 2.5% to capital. The intention was to bring forward a budget no more than 4.56%. Unfortunately, staff tabled a budget on November 4th at 7.55%. And that was really due to many uncontrollable factors. We're facing almost $500,000 in increased costs operationally that we just couldn't contain. Next slide. Thanks. So between November 5th and November 22nd, there were a few adjustments that were made. The first one is we got word back from our partners at Georgian Bluffs with regards to the Intertownship Fire Department that the budget was actually going to be going down by $57,400 as a reflection of changes to fire prevention requirements, staffing, and anticipated call volumes, as well due to the negotiations of trying to come up with a different setup for ITFD. Both parties felt that reducing the capital cost to a very minimal amount for 2020 was prudent, just to wait to make sure that something wasn't purchased that may not be needed under a new operating structure. As well, we were also notified that the WSIB rate was changing for the municipal sector, and as part of that change, there was going to be about a $13,000 savings to the overall WSIB rate. So that reduced the net levy by $70,400. So we started the two budget days for council. The first one was operationally November 25th. Council came through with a bunch of different motions. The first one was to reduce the overall advertising and promotion budget within the strategic initiatives area from $38,000 to $30,000, saving us $8,000. As well, using the total assessment growth projection to offset the budget increase, again reducing the overall levy by $239,000. And the last was staff had proposed an increase in the bag tag fees from $3 to $3.50. Council wanted to stay with $3, so that had a net impact of increasing the budget because of a reduction in revenue of $22,000. So operating day for council found us with a net reduction of $225,000. Follow-up day was our capital and our enhancements and operating projects. Council first removed the synthetic ice project, a total of $85,000. $70,000 of that was to be supported from the tax levy, so that helped reduce things. As well, we were starting to try and pre-fund a grader replacement for next year. We'd put $100,000 in the fleet side of things. Council removed that. As well, there was a reduction of staff COLA from 2.06% to 1.5%, which helped reduce the budget by another further $28,100. We went through three enhancements. Two of Matt's were fairly small in nature and were both being funded out of the IT reserve. They were both approved, but they had no effect on the levy. The last one was an increase to Parks and Facility Services seasonal hours to help with kind of May, June, September, October shoulder seasons. That had an impact of a budget increase of $36,600. So after day two budget deliberations, there was a further net levy reduction of $161,500. Post the budget days, Human Resources in particular, Val, had been working hard with our benefits provider. The original expectation for renewal was that we were going to see an increase of $46,500 in our overall plan. She continued to kind of hammer them hard and negotiate with them, and the final negotiated price increase for 2020 will be $22,500. So that saved us a further $24,000 from what was expected in the budget. So that's the last of the levy reductions of 24 grand. Next slide. So what we're at right now is requiring about $580,000 more, which works out to 4.12% on the levy. So about 0.4% less than what the original target of council was at 4.56%. So we're under what the original anticipation of council was. So there was a lot of hard work that was put into it over a period of a couple of days of council, and we're now at this stage. Sorry, next slide. I keep forgetting I can't do this. So what this means, 1% change is 140,000, just over $140,000. So if we look at that 4.12% local levy impact on the average single-family dwelling, assessed at about 265 grand, we're looking at about $84.50 more a year. On some of our higher assessed properties, like those that are single-family on the water, total assessment of 625 grand on average for those properties. They're looking at about $200 more for 2020. Next slide. Of course, need to speak to the user pay budget as well. We haven't had any changes within that budget, over the various time periods. So just want to recap that the water budget reflects an increase of 7.16%, sewer at 5.95%. Staff are recommending adjusting the rates 6.5% for water, 5.5% for sewer, which is slightly below the overall budget increase, but we're trying to account for a slight amount of growth for new units that are coming on that we wouldn't have had in 2019 that will start paying for some of those user fees. Next slide. So, 6.5% and 5.5% are big percentage numbers, but we want to try and illustrate to council what it means to the average water user. So our average water user uses about 15 cubic meters a month, so 180 cubic meters a year. What that would mean for somebody who's on both water and sewer is just slightly under $100 in total for the year for the increased bill for water use. So, and of course this is based on the average. I would say that the majority of folks that are not that family of 4 or greater wouldn't see an impact nearly that much because they wouldn't use nearly as much water as that average family of 4 or 5 people. Next slide. So where are we? At this stage of the game, we've gone through the operating budget day, we've gone through the capital budget day. Today is December 16th, and we're looking for any final council considerations with regards to the budget. Based on any changes that may happen from discussion tonight, we will put together a final draft budget package to include for the statutory public meeting. Right now we're planning for January 27th, and then final approval of the budget would happen on February 10th.
Mr. Smith.
As we're talking next steps, I'll just sort of talk about today a little bit. You've just put on the table the motion that's on the agenda, which is to move forward to that statutory public meeting that Darcy's talking about on January the 27th. That, you'll remember, we talked about at the end of the second budget day. You either had to come back today or tell us to go to a statutory public meeting, which of course means that we're about 98% of the way to the budget, so that we don't have to have 2 statutory public meetings. As today is following 2 long council days of deliberations and is part of a fairly extensive agenda that we've still got to get through, I am encouraging council to make some of your discussion now sort of fairly fast and furious. If you want to propose a change to the budget, propose a change, get a seconder, quick debate, make a decision. Next proposal, next seconder, next debate, next decision. And if we can just keep sort of moving along like that and sort of try and avoid hour-long theoretical conversations, then I think we'll sort of move through this a little bit easier.
Okay, thank you for that, Matt, and I'll open the floor up then to council. Councillor Kentner.
Could we get to the slide on page 139? So that's, so it is user pay budget.
Oh, sorry, one forward.
Yeah, okay. So thank you for the suggestion of reducing this slightly, And I just wondered if there's any possibility that we could further adjust these rates, taking into account that, the possibility that not every project might be completed in 2020, or even that they may not be finished paying in the year 2020. And I was wondering about 5.5% on water and 4.5% on sewer. Whether there's, a full percentage point in each of those categories through just the cash flow scenario.
Through the deputy mayor, so we don't actually work on cash accounting. We're required through PSAB requirements to work on accrual accounting. So if we've received the good or service in a year, we actually have to accrue that cost to that year, whether the check's been cut or not. So we may not cut a check till the following March. It still has to go against the books of that year. So the one part of your suggestion can't work because we're not allowed to through accounting standards. The first part, though, I would say that as staff, and Tori might want to talk further on this, but certainly the water and wastewater budgets and the capital programs that are contained in there have been brought forward because Chris and his team feel as though they're all necessary to do. So I think that they would strive to get them all done. So if council wants to reduce the budget, I think council needs to pick a project or multiples of projects and just say, we're taking them out. Kind of like what you did with the synthetic ice or with the grader. Just table a project and remove it if you don't think that it's important to do.
Councillor
If I
Kentner,
may
a follow-up?
then, I understand that. I still think that it's going to be very difficult to see all of the projects that they have lined up completed, and especially in the water department. So, but the size of some of these makes it very difficult to do that. I'm just thinking that something will fall through the cracks. We look at the list from the current year that didn't get finished, and there ought to be something that would enable us to just bring these down to a little more tolerable rate for the people paying the user fees.
Through your worship, I don't disagree that at times we don't always hit the mark. Usually that's factors that are beyond our control, though, because council's made a decision to move in a different direction, kind of like with the Force Sideroad this year, or projects that required some kind of development trigger from a third-party developer that didn't happen, or we applied for a government grant and didn't receive the grant, so then the project doesn't go forward. Typically projects that are 100% funded by either the in-year user rate or prior reserve funds typically get accomplished. So that's why I'm saying I think that it's council's directive to say that if you feel as though we've included too many projects, tell us which project that you don't think is vastly important to actually get done this year and remove it from the budget, and then that would reduce the overall levy.
So perhaps in relation to that, Mr. Chapman, if I may ask, looking at the variance report and seeing that there are a few projects there that have been canceled, that staff have determined that they don't need to do this year. So those funds, I guess, automatically go back into reserves. So is there an opportunity to take any of those funds from those projects that have been canceled this year and apply them to this budget?
Through the deputy, the majority of the projects, even though they were canceled for this year, have been rebudgeted for 2020 or 2021. So, the money only sits in the reserve really for a one-year period. If the project is truly canceled and not being done, only if it was a water and sewer related project could you use it then for water and sewer related costs. Because again, that's why we operate effectively with 4 budgets. Operating and capital on tax, operating and capital on user fees, because the two have to stay separated. So we can't use tax-supported levies to offset water and sewer rate increases.
No, and I understand that. I'm just looking at the projects that you've determined not to do at all, and whether those funds then could be moved forward to support this budget.
Yes. So there are 3 projects included in the memo. 2 of them have been pushed forward. The third one was canceled, but it was the Cook and William Street infrastructure project. So we canceled that project. The council immediately diverted all of those funds to do phase 5 and phase 6 of Thompson Street. So there is no free money or leftover money.
Okay, Councillor Kentner?
Through your worship, in the interest of time, I will go over the list and I will visit you people in the next, like the beginning of the week and offer a suggestion, and we can see whether there's anything that is in fact possible to,
So through your worship, I can say right now, we started budgeting in July. So we have vetted every single one of these projects numerous times, you know, in a management group scenario and everything else. I said this at the beginning. There are 0 projects in this budget that we do not believe are required to happen. But if council wants to suggest a project, kind of like we did with the grader or with synthetic ice, that's your prerogative to do so. So, I mean, you can go through the list. If you come back to staff are going to say the project needs to happen.
so it is our budget, but there's nothing we can do with it.
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. And thank you, Mr. Chapman. Thank you, you and staff. And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all council members that we appreciate your efforts. We know you have put literally hundreds, maybe a total of thousands of hours into this. There is one project that has bothered me, and I'm not saying it doesn't need to go forward, but it's the very first one in the list, and that's the waterfront master plan. Implementation, $80,000, $40,000 from reserves. There are $40,000 from the tax levy, though. I guess the only thing I can refer to is back in 1990, Town of Meaford councillor by name of Iris Shakel, I'm sure some of us will remember Iris, put forward a motion to develop a harbour master plan, and the town never followed up. It never happened. So finally, in 5 or 6 years ago, this council, this municipality of Meaford did go ahead and had Dillon and Associates make a harbour master plan. I guess I can't help thinking, we waited almost 25 years to get the plan. Is another year before implementation, especially due to the high water levels are a factor. We've got Memorial Park. We don't know where the expenses are going to end up there. Fred Raper Park, we're working at the Harbor House, putting a lot of money in there. To me, I think that's one that another year is not going to be life or death ramifications. So I don't know if any of my fellow councillors would agree with that, or that's the only suggestion I can come up with.
Are you making that motion, Councillor Greenfield?
I will.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Bell. Further discussion? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I live out in Sydenham, so whether you do a harbor plan or not shouldn't matter to me, but it does. Now, I'm not so much worried about the $40,000 we're putting out of tax base into it this year, but are you prepared to spend $1.2 million in the next year? I asked that question during budget deliberations, and nobody commented. I'm not worried about the money that's in this year's budget, but if you're not prepared to spend the 1.2, I think it's next year or the year after, why do it this year, just like Harley said? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bartley. And if I may add my thoughts to that, and recognizing that growing our economy is one of our #1 strategic priorities for this council, that if we don't make some investments in our municipality to beautify it and make it more attractive and to bring more people in, whether they're tourists or whether they choose to stay and live here, we're probably going to have to look at making some financial investments to make that happen, the same as we heard from Dr. Hooper in relation to a recreation center. If we want people to come, we have to provide the facilities that they're looking for. And I think we've talked about our harbor long and hard for many, many years, as Councillor Greenfield mentioned, and it's in my opinion, it's about time that we took it seriously. We know we've got a waiting list now for boat slips. People will say our harbor is the most beautiful of any around, and if we want to create more activity there and attract more people to Meaford, then we have the opportunity to make that harbor attractive enough to do that. And perhaps Mr. Armstrong would like to add to that.
Just speaking to the harbor development, what this is getting sort of the phase one plan, the detail in place so that when it comes time to come to build it, we'll be able to do that. One of the key things is the Stanley Knight property. If that was to develop, the connectivity between that development and our downtown is going to be critical. It's going to be a key connection. We're hoping that that's going to be a real tourist draw for the development of that property. Maybe we don't proceed with the actual work in 2021, but we are ready to proceed with it with the detailed design, which this proposal would be when the time comes, when that development comes. And that development will come with funds through the new community benefit provisions of the Planning Act, which we're still looking forward to seeing what that really means. And a lot of the funding will be coming through that avenue from other developments and this development, and that's a lot of where our focus will probably going.
Thank you. Further comments on this motion? Okay, so we have a motion before us to postpone, shall I say, Councillor Greenfield, the $40,000 in this tax year for the waterfront master plan implementation. Mr. Chapman.
Through your worship, I just would ask, I guess, clarification from council. So this all started because originally $40,000 was budgeted for 2019, and we just didn't get the project off the ground. So the expectation was always that it was going to cost $80,000, that we were funding 40 of it in 19, 40 of it in 2020. That's effectively still what's happening. It's just that the project will all be done in 1 year now under the guise of $40,000 from the reserve and then $40,000 from the tax base. Is it council's desire to just to like full stop on the project outright for right now, or do we still start the project in 2020 using the $40,000 that was levied, so just the reserve contribution, with the remaining $40,000 to come from the 2021 budget? That's my question to council. Do you want to stop it all together right now, or just kind of push the project out so we wouldn't actually start this until probably June or July instead of starting it in January, February?
Councillor Greenfield, it's your motion. How do you wish to proceed?
Let's vote on the motion first. If it doesn't pass, then we can consider another option.
So voting on the motion as is then, and make sure that I have this correct, Councillor Greenfield, you would like to remove this $40,000 from the tax levy and leave the other $40,000 in reserves and revisit this in 2021. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, and the seconder agrees? Okay, then I will call for a vote on that matter. All in favor? 2 and against? Okay, so that is lost. Okay, other discussion on the budget? Other thoughts? Okay, I'll throw one out while you're thinking. The remainder of the 2016-2018 surplus, $308,243, has been suggested to go towards the library debenture, and I'm wondering if council would like to discuss moving this money into an infrastructure project, assuming that Ms. Perry-Mabidaw could bring something forward that would kind of fit within that price tag. My thinking is that council had agreed upon, voted upon a strategy, a financial implementation plan for the building of our library, and we have the option to put this money towards that or to consider other uses for this money. So I'll throw that open to the floor.
Through your worship, if I could just, we're at max capacity with regards to major capital projects for 2020. We have 5 different surface treated roads that are being completed. There's still the 50 kilometers of gravel that's being done. There are 3 major road sections that are being fully done on Thompson Street. We have 2 bridge projects that are moving forward, a transportation master plan. If council doesn't want to use the money for the library, as you have previously directed us to do so, the new direction would simply be to put it into the infrastructure reserve fund for future use, because there's no way that we could accommodate, more projects. I forgot to mention Frogs Hollow even on that list. Like we're going to be busy for 2020 already.
And that's great. And you would agree with that, Ms. Perry-Mabida?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I would agree that we do have a large number of projects that are slated to be done, and we are confident that we will work to complete those ones, but to add additional projects to the list would definitely make it difficult.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I guess, are we talking about the same money, Darcy? Later on in the agenda, we're talking about small rural municipality resources, and we were going to put some money towards some solar panels, and the remaining money in number 2 would be directing the surplus funds to bridges 21 and 22. Is that different money?
Different, yes. Your Worship.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, if I recall, the surplus from those years was 700, something in that range. Yeah.
So the money that Councillor Bartley was just referring to was a grant, not a surplus. The money the Deputy Mayor is referring to was a surplus that was built up over 3 years. We've used a portion of that money. The rest of the money Council allocated in September to offset debt on the library project, to try and reduce that overall debt requirement. Council, I guess, by way of your suggestion, Deputy Mayor, would be reversing that direction of staff to put that money against the debt and to use it for a different purpose.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, it says here that we're reallocating the pre-approved 2016-2018 surplus funding towards concession A and what's left over towards the bridges. So that's not the grant money, it's right there, a pre-approved surplus.
That was for a different, there are two different discussions happening right now. The reason that that's in the agenda is because we are having to play, a shell game, because council wants to allocate money, the existing grant towards future use on the twin bridges, when in reality we cannot use that money for that purpose because the money has to be spent by March of 2021. The bridges are not going to get done by then. So we're having to play this shell game in order for council to get its wish for effectively use of that grant. So there is two pots of money? Two different pots of money. Yeah.
Yeah, it is confusing. Okay, so I guess that is the thought on the floor. Is there any interest in moving that money from the library debenture into an infrastructure project? Darcy's saying it would have to go into reserves, that we couldn't take on another project this year. Okay. Councillor Vickers? To get it on the table for discussion. Thank you. And Councillor Vickers, you would speak to it?
Yes, if I could. Thank you, Your Worship. I don't feel it's a good idea to try and find projects that we don't have a specific need. Some of the projects that we're doing this year with Concession A and Sideroad 4, they have been projects that have been in need for a long period of time. So I even to be honest with you, I even questioned the Old Mill Road project on this year because I travel that road obviously a lot. It's in bad shape. It's not in great shape, but I've seen a lot worse roads, and I'm wondering if we shouldn't even have pushed that one off a little bit. So to all of a sudden to take that money and not pay down debt and just find another project that maybe isn't needed in 2020. Maybe it's needed in 2024 or 2025, but let's leave it till then. We've got our plate full as of now, and we don't need any more to spend any more money that's not necessarily needed at this time. So that's why, although I seconded it, I will vote against.
Okay. Thank you for that. And I think we've got a lot of roads in bad shape, but it's the capacity of staff I'm hearing. Okay. So I will turn it to Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, just on the same point, I just feel that we need to pay for the library as quickly as we're able to, because we don't want it to be, it's going to be very successful, but the longer people are paying for it, the longer they'll continue to talk about it in a negative way rather than a positive way, and I think it's going to be very positive. So I think that I think we can find money for the infrastructure and particularly roads. There are roads, I think, that we're all interested in seeing some action on, and I think that we have to wait for the transportation study that is hopefully going to give us back up our feelings with some hard evidence, I hope.
Thank you for that. Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Kirby. I've always pushed for more infrastructure work, especially in the rural area with roads and bridges, but being a member of the library board, I feel that I do have allegiance to the board and to the project. We have been supported very well from our fundraising. I think we're up to about $535,000. Whether you include the AODA grant of $360,000 or not, we have received a lot of financial support in that. I really want this money to go against the library debenture. If $309,000 is going to cut into that debenture considerably, if we don't invest the 309 in the debenture, then all that means is more interest costs in the future, and I think that would add up to several tens of thousands if we bypass the 309. So I'm pulled, but I would like to see the 309 stay in the library budget.
Okay, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, I know your plan is an excellent plan. So if we put the 300 against the debenture, what do we save, about 25,000 interest a year?
I think it was about $22,000.
22,000. Is it possible? Right now, as I speak, I would like to take the 309 and put it into a bridge reserve because of the amount of bridges we have to fix. But if that's not the desire of council, is there a chance we could put the 309 against the library and dedicate the $22,000 a year into a bridge reserve? So we're break even.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I guess that'll be a decision of council at the time when a debenture report is brought forward for the library, which would be probably endish of next year, the time the project actually wraps up. So the expectation that we've been kind of straight lining towards is building into the budget, plus or minus $180,000 a year, so that we would bring forward debenture options with a timeline that met in and around that $180,000. I guess, based on this discussion, if this is what council wants, we would also bring forward a debenture timeline, at the $155,000 mark, so that there's $25,000 difference, and it would be a longer timeline for repayment, and that 25 grand could then be used for another purpose. But again, I think it's just a matter of,
Councillor Bartley, yes.
Thank you. And so having said that, this isn't a budget issue right now because we can't put this towards a project. This is a decision we can make in January. It's got nothing to do with the budget.
Through the Deputy Mayor, I have direction of council right now to use that money to offset library costs. It's prior year surplus. My expectation would be that I will be crediting against costs incurred for the library in 2019. So that surplus will be used up in 2019. That's so that it reduces the outstanding short-term debt, and then we know where we're sitting moving forward for when the project ends in 2020.
Okay, so let's call the vote on this matter then. And I don't think anyone is in favor, but it was a discussion that I wanted to have. And anyway, all in favor of moving the funds, the $308,000 from the library to infrastructure reserves or bridge reserves? Okay, that is the question. And all in favor? Okay, so that is 3. That's a tie, so that is also lost. Okay, any other discussion on the budget? Councillor Bartley.
I do apologize. Is there a chance, and we can ask for a recorded vote after the vote? I understand the clerk says that is legal. Is there a chance we could have a recorded vote on that?
Certainly, that's been done at county council. Okay, so,
Okay, so the voting question is that Committee of the Whole directs staff to allocate the 2016 to 2018 surplus funds previously allocated to the library debt burden to the infrastructure reserve. Called in order, Councillor Bartley,
Yes.
Councillor Bell,
Yes.
Councillor Greenfield, Councillor Kentner, Councillor Vickers,
No.
Deputy Mayor Keaveney,
yes.
and Mayor Clumpus is absent. That is a 3-3 tie, meaning the motion is lost.
Thank you. Okay, other thoughts on the budget? I think we're being a dead horse. Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, I doubt that it makes a difference, but impact. Do you have a figure from impact what the assessment for the municipality will go up?
$239,000.
That's the assessment, so that doesn't affect our...
Well, that's not the assessment, that's the increased value of taxes based on the increased assessment.
Oh, okay, so that's not new houses, that's the original impact
No,
houses? Or is
no,
that everything?
that is new only. So the assessment goes up based on two factors. The first one is reassessment of existing properties. The second is assessment due to new growth or redevelopment, major renovations, so on and so forth. So we don't account for assessment increases just based on MPAC increasing assessment, like across the board. We only look at the new growth.
Okay, because I know mine is going up on the impact, and I wondered whether you had a report from impact on what existing houses would be going up, and what do we do with that increase?
I believe, last I remember, over the 4-year cycle, the average increase was 4.4% annually. So I've mentioned this pretty much every year, that we go through a revenue neutral process. So if the tax rate was 1 and 4.4% was the average, we would adjust the tax rate down to 0.956 and then increase the tax rate from there, whatever the budget needs were. So that's why when you look at our actual tax rate, virtually every year it's been going down since 2012, because our assessment has been increasing more than the budget needs.
So the answer to the question is impact means nothing to this budget.
MPAC means a lot to this budget, in that there's $239,000 of new tax revenue that's being allocated to offset the increase.
I was thinking the old.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Darcy, when we had our 2 long budget days, you were kind enough to provide some assumptions in relation to a blended rate. Is there any updates you can provide on that?
Through the deputy mayor, I don't like to assume, because there's 3 parts to that, and we all know how that saying goes. So, and I still don't know, there's no indication what's happening with education. I know that the county rate is fluctuating, so I think we need to make our decisions based on the local municipalities' needs, not based on what upper tier levels of government that we have no control over are going to do.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney, and going along the same line. So if we approve this as we speak right now, we cannot make a change to it without pushing the public meeting back another month? It's a 0 tolerance?
Through the deputy mayor, if minor changes need to occur, they can, but if it creates a significant change in program or project expectations, then you will have to go back out for another public meeting.
Okay, let me tell you where I'm going here. Like I said, I need more time. I'm not sure where I'm going with it, but the COLA is now at 1.5. If I decided to bring that forward at 1.7, does that change the way we do the budget and it takes another month?
I would say that that's material enough for enough people to want to comment on, especially considering it's a staff compensation issue across the board. So it may only have, a $20,000 impact to the budget, but it's a significant policy change, and that's the ramification.
Well, it'd be a lot less than 20,000, but okay, I'm not prepared to make that change yet, so I'm not sure where I'm going. Thank you.
Okay.
Well, and I think, Deputy Mayor,
Mr.
if I
Smith?
can sort of say, we seem to be sort of heading towards that end point of the conversation. So the motion that we started with was the Committee of the Whole direct staff to bring the final draft budget forward to the statutory public meeting on January the 27th. If Council's ready to do that, you vote in favour. If, as Councillor Bartley's discussing, you are not as a whole ready to do that, then we need to change that and you need to give us further direction. My personal comment would be that we've had 2 things on the table today here after 2 further days, and nothing's changed, so it feels like we're ready to go and do that. But yes, if you go to public meeting and then you want to make changes afterwards, then we just have to keep repeating this cycle.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I could comment on the COLA issue too, because I've talked to a number of staff. This is a personal opinion, I will say. I think it reflects a number of people that I've talked to, but it certainly may not reflect all of staff. I want to preempt that. If council is not going to provide staff with the 2.06%, which is the rate that was established by the recently approved council policy, then just keep COLA at 1.5%. Like there's no point. Staff, if you either stick by a policy or you don't. So 1.5% in staff's minds was an arbitrary number that didn't follow the policy directives that council just set out. So just keep it at 1.5%. It moves the budget forward. It's literally pennies on the hundreds of dollars for people to go from 1.5 to 1.7. So just leave it as it is, and then we can push the budget forward.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Caveney, and Darcy, I disagree with you. At that time, as a guiding document, we said 2.06 so you can bring a budget forward, but at no time, and you said it, did we have to stick with that. We could change that. And I'm going down the road, and I know you think it's wrong, that I want to give our employees what the rest of the county is getting. And I know one is signed up for 1.7. Others are not done yet. There's 2 municipalities haven't even started their budget yet. Their budget isn't going to be started until January 15th. They haven't even seen a budget. So I do not want the employees of this municipality to get less than the rest of the people in the county. I want them to get the average of the municipality, is where I'm going with that. So we are not stuck at the 2.06. You agreed to that. I specifically asked that question. And so where I'm going is I'm trying to be fair to the employees of this municipality and give them what the other municipalities are getting, but they're not even close to coming up with that. Thank you.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I just want to talk a little bit about policy and its binding or not binding nature, because we kind of talked about that with the recurring discount. We've kind of talked about it when you adopted the COLA policy. We've talked about it in a number of environments. When council adopts a policy, it approves a bylaw. A bylaw is the ultimate decision of a municipal council. So that decision in itself is binding. However, council can always choose to waive a policy for a specific item. We occasionally do that with the procedural bylaw if something odd is happening, or you have in the past waived certain requirements of a community bursary policy and so on. But that doesn't make the policy not binding. That just means that on that occasion, you have adopted it. So a COLA policy is a really good example of this, because you have stated publicly to staff, to the public, that this is how you will make your decision about COLA. Now, in this case, you've chosen to, in effect, waive that policy by changing it from 2.06 to 1.5. But the policy is there because that's how you've said that you will make that decision. If you never intend to do anything other than use that as a starting point, we shouldn't even have the policy. We should repeal the bylaw immediately. So it is binding unless council chooses to waive it for a specific instance. It's not a starting point. Policies are policies for a reason, so that we can treat everybody fairly and equitably and openly and transparently. I think Dr. Hooper talked about accountability and transparency in his presentation today. That's what this is. You pass a policy so that the public knows how you're planning to make a decision.
Thank you. Mr. Armstrong.
Yeah, and through the Deputy Mayor, just wanted to clarify on how we got to the policy we have, because when we were doing the 2019 budget over a year ago, The way we set the COLA was based on the average at 1 month. And council did not like that because it fluctuated. That month could have been a great month or it could have been a bad month. So they wanted an average over a year. So we changed that policy to be an average over a year's period, which when it came forward to budget time this year, it ended up at the 2.06%. So it was following council's policy. But as Matt said and as Darcy said, council can change it. And I think goes to Darcy's point, they're saying then the 1.5.
I appreciate that, Mr. Armstrong, because I think the majority of our staff live in Meaford and pay taxes too, so I think they have an understanding of the challenges council is facing, and it is my hope that from that perspective, staff understand that this decision to perhaps remain at 1.5. Okay. Councillor Kentner.
Through your worship, I think that we probably need to either advance a new policy that we're going to adhere to the basically the county rate as determined each year, or but it isn't appropriate that we have a policy that we're not following, and clearly we're not.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Mayor. So we could do this in reverse. We could say 1%, and we could give you more. You'd still have a starting point when you present your budget. We could still give you more, because that's what we're doing by going backwards. It's a policy, it's a starting point. I was just saying that.
Mr. Smith.
Councillor Bell is not incorrect, but it doesn't quite get to the spirit of what I was talking about, and I think what Councillor Kentner has talked about. If you set a policy, you adopt it by bylaw. That says the Council of the Municipality of Meaford believes in this. If you believe in a 1% COLA increase, and you suddenly give a 1.8% COLA increase, that's as bad as a 2.06 to a 1.5, because you've said you believe in something, and then you do something completely different. So that's what, if council wants to deal with every single decision on an ad hoc basis, we should never write another policy ever again. But when you have a policy, it's because you want to establish a consistent way of doing things. And that doesn't, I'm not talking about COLA here, I'm talking about policies in general. And I know council gets sick of me saying, well, that's not what the policy says. But that's why we do policy, so everybody knows what council believes in.
Mr.
Deputy
Chapman.
Mayor, I think I will speak specifically on the policy, and the reason that the staff that I've heard from don't care is because it is about the transparency and accountability that they expected from the policy. When the report came to council, you know, we did a run through of all the municipalities in Grey County and how they do it, and virtually all of them had a process that they use and that they've been using for years, whether it was they followed another municipality, whether the non-union followed whatever the union was, or whether it was a specific month set in time and whatever that annual COLA was based on, and that's what they were using. The report, though, also outlined the fact that we've kind of jumped all over the place, you know, as we have, and ultimately over that same 4-year period, on the low end, our COLA was 1% less than the bottom, and on the top end, it was 2.5% less. So, you know, to Councillor Bartley's comment about treating staff fair, they were hopeful that by council passing this policy, they just knew what was going to be happening on a go forward. And that's why at this stage of the game, if the policy's not being followed, they just want us to push forward.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. And I apologize for bringing it forward. I apologize for reducing the rate. But I reiterate, if you go back on that camera, the day we passed that policy, I stopped the vote and said that does not mean that that figure is gold. And like the clerk said, you can go against the policy and reduce it. And I have no intent on reducing the wages in this municipality below other municipalities. But I've talked to 24 councillors in the Grey County mayors, deputy mayors and whatnot, and they're doing the exact same thing that I did. Yes, they have a policy that it was going to be COLA. They're not sticking to it, and I want to come up with an average in the Grey County. There isn't a place in Ontario where you're guaranteed COLA. It just doesn't happen. So it's in my mind, it's negotiable, and if I have to bring a motion forward to get rid of the policy, I will. I just thought we could do it the way I did it, and I apologize for breaking policy.
Mr. Smith?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I think what I'll add to that is that if, Councillor Bartley, if that's what you want to do, then that is the policy that you want. If councils wants to wait to see what every other municipality does and then get an average of it, then that's council's policy, and that's what we should have established in the COLA policy. So, you know, if council as a whole agrees on how this should be done, you believe in something, and we should have a policy that reflects that belief. Now, if the policy that you passed 3 months ago is wrong and we need a new one, then council needs to pass a motion to tell us to bring back a new one, which is absolutely fine. But I think Darcy's comment and my comments are the same, which is, and Rob as well, which is just tell the public and the staff how you intend to do it. And if that is by averaging everybody else's, that's how you're going to do it.
Except the struggle with that is that we're one of the first municipalities to pass our budget, and if others aren't doing theirs
Absolutely.
until March or April, then we can't hold off.
Absolutely.
To see.
And I think that's the bit that when we talk about the staff just wanting to move this forward, is because as staff, we're really conscious of what impact not passing a budget will have on both our workloads, but also the municipality. Because you've seen a report last meeting about pre-budget approval for a big project. Mm-hmm. You saw a report this meeting about pre-budget approval for a very, very small project. You're going to see a bunch of reports on January the 13th about pre-budget approval for some big, some small projects, because we can't do anything until council passes a budget or gives us pre-budget approval. So every single one of those reports is additional workload. And if we don't pass a budget till April, then there might be 50 of those, and in which case you've basically passed the budget before you actually pass the budget. Because we can't do things until you get there. And that just adds to the workload. It adds to the workload for staff, it adds to the workload for council, and it also, for the public, means they don't know what's coming. You know, the folks who live on a road that is scheduled to be paved or reconstructed next year, until the budget's passed, they don't know that that's going to happen. And if we wait until April to pass a budget, some of those things will have brought forward for pre-budget approval. Some of them, the big stuff, we won't even tender, because we don't know that council's not going to say no at the last minute. And then if we don't start tendering till April, that road may not get reconstructed in 2020. So, you know, there's a real consequence to delay for you, for staff, and for the public. And I think that's always been our concern about making COLA decisions based on the average of all. The municipality of Meaford's done an excellent job over the last 10 years of moving its budget forward to actually start before the year in which money is going to be expended. I challenge those of you in private business that none of you in private business would not budget for next year before the end of this year. Because you can't operate that way. If you don't know what your budget is for next year, you can't possibly do that. Why is a municipality any different?
Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. A couple of months ago when we started budget, just when council first got their first report, the first hard copies, we agreed to a budget of 4.56, 2.5 and 2.06. That's where I understood we were going to start with the budget and work on it. A month later, we got a report from staff. No, 4.56 is out, it's out at 7.5. So as far as I'm concerned, that shot the original budget or the original bylaw right out of the waters. It was your recommendation that brought it to us to up the budget by 2.5%. Now, it didn't have details about 2.06 or what, but as far as I'm concerned, we relied on staff for a 4.56 budget to work on. A month later, oh, forget that, guys. And as far as I'm concerned, that's where the train went off the track. It hasn't been council. It's just surprise, surprise, we got a lot more expenses. A report come back, the only savings you had was OMPF. Well, staff didn't make that savings. The province did. Where were you brought back a bunch of increases to the budget. Why didn't you bring back a bunch of proposed savings somewhere in the budget? It has to work two ways, and it didn't. So I'm sorry, I'm on a rant, and maybe I shouldn't be, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but this has got to work two ways, people.
Through the Deputy Mayor, if I could, first, I will take full responsibility for a report coming forward outlining 4.56%, based on the fact that we used the same template of the report as in prior years. That won't happen again. You will not see a report similar to prior years with regards to budget frameworks, because clearly we couldn't bring forward a budget that fit within 4.56%. And that wasn't staff's fault. I understand that the only revenue that came back was OMPF, but we also brought back bag tag revenue that council took out of the budget. We could certainly increase a lot of fees and charges up to standard rack rates, like for primetime hockey and ice rentals for our minor sports, to keep in line with everybody else, but I already know that council wouldn't support that. The $500,000 in uncontrollable costs were for things like OPP contracts, which as staff we can't control. The lion's share of the increases in the budget for 2020 relate to staffing that you as council approved, not staff. So we did not have a choice in the budget that was brought back because of decisions that were made by council. But I will reiterate that it was a mistake to bring forward something saying that we could fit within 4.56% without knowing whether we could or not, because that was early on in the budget process. That will not happen again. And what you will see, though, year over year, is a budget that reflects whatever the circumstances of this municipality are, irrespective of the desire of council. Because we will bring back a budget, the best that we can, that showcases the existing level of service that the municipality provides. And then it's council's prerogative to change that budget based on the decisions that they want to make, like not having synthetic ice, like taking $239,000 of assessment and putting it against the budget. That is not something that we have, as staff, have delegated authority to just randomly do. These are decisions that council are elected to make, not staff.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. And as always, Darcy, thank you. I think that one of the engaging features that needs to be worked on with great clarity is the overall direction. And I do believe that that rests on the shoulders of the mayor and the deputy mayor to engage quite often with the CAO and with the other two heads, so that what happened when it was released that the municipality of Meaford is looking at 7.55%. I get people walking into my shop who still tell me, you guys are raising the taxes by 7.55%, because that's what got mentioned and that's what got reported, because that's what was at a meeting. And so the other meetings that we have, where we have cut and we have reduced, it's the impact statement of stating that out of the gate that is very important. Now, when I said the mayor and the deputy mayor, that doesn't alleviate each one of us from also going in and having conversations of saying to your departments, this is what I as a councillor believe where we should head. Can we work towards that? Can we work towards that? Can we do something to give us ammunition, if you will, when we have conversations to set that target. So when we set the target at 4.56, to the heads, to the CAO, I was disappointed. That was a big increase from the desire of the sitting council. So I think we need to have something as we go forward, and to the CAO, Rob, I'm looking forward to you coming up with some ideas of how we can engage in this kind of conversation to set the pathway when we get there, so that this very conversation right now really doesn't have to happen, that we've been engaged sooner and deeper.
Mr. Armstrong?
I'm just going to reiterate something that Darcy's already mentioned is we made one big improvement. I think we all benefited from that 2-day session. So that's a change I think we made this year that was really, we have had our own internal discussions, as Darcy's highlighted, in the way it approach and what we put in front of council direction, because there's a lot of things that we can't control. So we will be looking for improvements next year, changing some things around from a direction point of view and proceeding that way in that regard. So we recognize that same thing going forward.
Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keevy. I'm sorry to flog on a dead horse. And 2.606, you have to have a starting point, or you can't bring a budget forward in November. You can't do it. You got to have a figure to put in there. And that's where I was going on the policy, that you got to have a figure to put in there, and we can change that. And I didn't know it was going to be taboo to change that. I was told it wasn't that big of a deal. Having said that, is there not something in the Municipal Act that a council can pre-approve 70% of the capital budget before the end of the year?
Through the Deputy Mayor, Council could pre-approve up to 50% of the operating budget for the following year to allow us, operational flexibilities. We've never done that because we still know that we have to meet payroll and tax bills go out in January anyways. Council cannot pre-approve capital spending because each project is different from year to year. So if you give us delegated authority to spend up to half of last year, we can just go hog wild on, and it might be doing projects that are in the draft budget that ultimately council doesn't want to have happen, right? So that's why on the operating, yes, the capital, no.
Okay. Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, we've had a lot of good comments and good discussion here. I guess the one thing that I do get irked a little bit about is staffing, and you quite fairly, Mr. Chapman, say that we approve those staffing increases, and I guess in my own mind, we approved it because it was a recommendation. It was thought to be the right thing to do. But looking at it now is, I'm wondering if it was, because, I think in a way we're overliving our ability to pay. So our operation, in my mind, one of our problems is that our operations is costing so much that we're having problems funding capital projects. So I realize when looking back on it now that the staff recommendations came forward, we had the right to say yay or nay. I'm not arguing that at all, but I think staff should also, so it's not all just on us. So that's the part that I really resent, and I've talked about this before. That's the part that I don't like, that all of a sudden it's stuck on council. You've already passed this, so it's your fault, it's your responsibility. I think staff could have maybe looked at this and thought, we maybe have a collision course that we aren't really prepared to go to, that council probably is not prepared to go to. So in the end, I find that a little offensive to put the blame always back on council. If we're here to work together, then we should be here to work together and not just be saying it's your fault or it's your fault. We're in this together, and that's the part that I have trouble with.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. How to phrase? When we talk about it being council's decision, it's because it is council's decision. And I've said to this council and to the last council on many, many occasions, I have no desire to ever sit in the seats on that side of the horseshoe because it's difficult. It's really difficult to make these decisions, and unfortunately, council does get a lot of flack for decisions that they make from the public, as do staff as well. When we've brought forward staffing changes, and my department is perhaps one that's changed the most over the last 12 months or so, it's because we can't provide the services that our municipality currently expects without that staffing. We've brought that forward with justifications, and none of the staffing in my department has been because we started a new service. It's because we literally didn't have enough hours in the day to provide the services that we're mandated to do in many cases. So fire protection is a really good example. We haven't done enough fire protection in the last goodness knows how many years, and so we needed somebody to do that to meet our Office of the Fire Marshal requirements. Our Legislative Services Assistant, the Council approved most recently, which is actually the only additional member of, those are the only 2 additional members of staff in this budget, is because, you know, we have less directors, and so in order to perform all the functions that Clerk's Department has to do, I needed some more support, and that's what's happened. We as staff can't make cuts, as Councillor Greenfield was saying, or we can't anticipate the collision course. We can anticipate the collision course, and we do, and we talk about this fairly endlessly internally, but we can't make decisions for the municipality based on our expectations of whether council wants to do something or not do something. We knew there was an impact on the budget when we made these recommendations, and our reports very clearly laid out that there was a budget implication when we made those recommendations. But we do that because we've been told what the service levels should be. I don't disagree that at the moment we may be outliving our means in terms of the services that we offer. But council has to decide where that is and which services you don't want to have if we're outliving our means. Darcy showed at the public meeting a few weeks ago, our capital contributions compared to every other municipality in Grey County's capital contributions. Ours were massively higher than the majority as a percentage of our annual income. If we were doing the average, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. Our taxes would be going down. We operate an outdoor pool. There aren't many municipalities in Grey County that operate an outdoor pool. We offer recreation programs. We run a museum. We do all sorts of things that doesn't happen in lots of municipalities. We have Meaford Hall, which still has a significant cost associated with it, both from the capital and the loan point of view, but also there is a subsidy for running that facility. Lots of our comparators don't have that, and so there's a reason why some of these changes happen. Council did ask for 4.56, and we didn't hit it. And we apologised at the time, and there are reasons why we didn't hit it, and I like to think that we've done a pretty good job at explaining why we couldn't hit that. I've asked Margaret to bring up this slide on the screen right now that says, right now, today, we're at 4.12. That's less than 4.56, because council looked at that 7.55 budget and said, no, there are things that we can take out of this. Whether it be the synthetic ice, whether it be using the assessment value. And next year, we'll already use that assessment growth in terms of the base budget, because you've now done that 2 years in a row, so that becomes your new standard. So you're there. If 4.56 was the line, you're there, and we're good. If you want to do more, we can do more, but you've got to take a capital project out, or you've got to change your level of service.
And Matt, in relation to that, the service delivery discussion, and I know you and I have talked about this and the opportunity to apply for funding. I don't have that with me, so I don't have the exact title of it, but perhaps you'd speak to your thoughts on that and a revisit to the service delivery that we conducted in the last term.
Absolutely. And before I do that, I'll just add one thing, which was a comment Councillor Kenton made at the beginning about how we say it's Council's decision, but then Council doesn't get to make a decision because we always say that every project's important. We're going to say every project's important because we believe we need them to maintain that level of service or to maintain our facilities in the way that our community wants us to maintain those facilities. That doesn't mean council can't take them out. You have different priorities. So if council as a whole doesn't agree with, it doesn't matter that I say that this project's really important. If 4 out of the 7 of you say it's not important, it goes. So we did that with the grader. We've talked about the enhancement for the extra vehicle this time. They went. We still, to this day, believe that those are important because we wouldn't have brought it forward if they weren't, but council gets to make those changes. When we talk about service delivery reviews, we went through an extensive exercise. It took us 2 years. It was 56 reports or 66 reports, and we made some changes. We didn't make a lot of changes, but we went through all of that. There is a grant out there right now that the province has produced for externally driven service delivery reviews and things along those sorts of lines. The first deadline for that has passed, but there are multiple iterations of it yet to come. We've talked internally, and the Deputy Mayor referred to a conversation I've had with her, and it's my opinion that it's a little premature to do that because we're planning to do the process mapping project that we've been talking about for some time in the middle of 2020. So doing that process mapping then gives an external organisation the information on how we do things and that, because if you come in and do a service review without some of that base information, then it's very hard because you just sort of say, do you want that service or not, without unnecessarily understanding what that means. I think where we're looking is if we do some process mapping and then have somebody to come in and look at that, you'll find efficiencies. You may not find services to cut because that's still council's decision, and a service delivery person's not going to come in and say, you should cut the pool. That's not what a service delivery review from an external corporation is going to do. They're going to come in and say, you can operate that pool cheaper. Mm-hmm. But they can only do that if they have something to base that decision on, and a 30-minute snapshot interview with somebody who runs the pool isn't going to give them that. Whereas if we look at processes and budgets and so on, then we've got that. So we're planning to do that next year. We're doing that out of money that was already in the budget. And then my expectation is that council may then, using that sum of information, want to go out and bid for one of the later iterations of this grant to look at service delivery reviews again, because by then it'll be 5 years since we finished.
Mm-hmm. And that makes total sense to me. Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. One real quick comment, Mr. Chapman. Tell me if I've interpreted what you said wrongly. You said that next year you will bring forward a budget. It could be 8, 9, 10%, but you're going to tell us as the treasurer what you really believe we should be heading for outside of what we would desire. Did I interpret that wrong?
Through the Deputy Mayor, no. We won't be looking for an overall, the approach will effectively be, a budget framework report without what the maximum is. Give us direction on what you want the COLA to be, give us direction on whether you want 2.5% included for infrastructure, give us direction on the allocation of any grants, and that's it. And we'll take a budget back, and whatever it rolls out to, it rolls out to. So I would like to comment to Councillor Vickers. I'm sorry if you take offense to my, non-soft approach to providing information to council. I'm very much straight, open, and honest about the approach that I give, so that there is, no confusion about what the message is. But I will say that it was Councillor Greenfield that suggested that staff were at fault for not bringing a budget forward that was reflective of the desires of the municipality. I wasn't trying to blame council, but I was trying to make sure that council and the public was aware that the responsibility for the budget and the final number is council's. All right? It's not something that we as staff have control over. We are the creatures of the 7 members of council. We do as you direct, at least as a majority of you direct, maybe not individually. So I will take full responsibility, and I'm sure my counterparts will, if for some reason council made a decision based on a report that had incorrect or misleading information in it. But if council makes a decision, be it on staffing or whatever it might be, and we've given you a picture, and it includes a financial analysis and what the total budget ramification is going to be, and the majority of council still puts their hand up, you guys have to accept that decision. That's not something that is going to be placed back on staff, because council had all of the relevant information to make an appropriate decision, and as a majority, you did so.
So for argument's sake, Mr. Chapman, looking at the water rates, which neither Councillor Kentner nor myself are happy at, if we went back to you and said, okay, 5%, nothing more than 5%, and put it in your ballpark then to pull out projects,
No, that's
That
what I've been
doesn't-
trying to say for about 6.5 years since I've been here. Council makes the decision, not staff. You can't give us an arbitrary number to hit. You tried to give us an arbitrary number to hit for the tax budget at 4.5%, and we didn't. Because again, we don't have control over the operations and how it's affected. If you want us to reduce the level of service, if you want us to reduce the capital projects, table a motion to do so, get support, and it will be removed from the budget. But we can't just pick and choose to get to a number. Everything's already been taken out that is not required, or increased revenues where we thought that there was a way to increase the revenues. So it's council's decision to say, we don't like this level of service, reduce it, or we don't want these capital projects, remove them. And
Mr. Armstrong.
to Councillor Kentner's comment about not having any flexibility, I would say that council's had great flexibility. You've went from 7.55% to 4.12% based on the decisions of council, not based on staff. So you've had great effect on this budget.
Mr. Armstrong.
One of the things I wanted to share with council is our own internal budget process and what we go through when projects come forward. I think our greatest assessment on whether it's needed is Darcy. He challenged us, he makes us justify all of these projects. So they don't even get to council's list of projects that we have to demonstrate to him that they're necessary, and I guess to myself as the CAO, whether they're health and safety, especially on the water and sewer side, whether they're our ability to continue delivering those services to customers. Those are the key aspects. I would say, especially on the water and sewer, none of them, and being involved in that, none of them are wish list things. They're all necessary to continue to deliver those services to our customers in a safe, in a environmentally correct manner going forward. Like I looked at the pumps at the water plant. We know we have pressures up in the Ridge Creek subdivision. That's because we have to put those variable speed pumps in at the water plant. So we've heard those complaints, and again, we're dealing with that in that regard. That's just one example, and so I just wanted to reiterate that process that we go through in delivering the budget.
Thank you. All right, any other comments from council at this point in time, Councillor Kentner?
I'd just like to say, through your worship, that we are, if I have heard everything, and I think I have, that we still have time. This is still early as far as I'm concerned with this budget. I think that we did the right thing by starting when we did, and we don't want to hold you up unnecessarily, but I hope we can come back in the next month with a couple of suggestions to try and moderate some of the increases that we're concerned about.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you. So there is a motion on the table to move us to a public meeting on January the 27th. If council doesn't want to do that, we need a motion to say that you want to come back and have further consideration at a meeting that you determine. Whatever we do, we will always need at least a 4-week window between your final consideration of the draft budget and that public meeting, because we are sending out information to every household about that budget, and obviously we can't do that. It can't be printed and sent out and received and commented on by the public within a 2-week window. It has to be a 4-week window. So if you want to have another conversation on January the 13th, council as a whole needs to decide that. That will then mean that the public meeting doesn't happen until at least the first meeting in February, maybe even the second meeting in February. And so, or if you want to wait till January the 27th to have your next conversation, then we're just shifting it along. We can do that, and you'll see lots of reports about pre-budget approvals, but that's cool.
Okay, Councillor Kentner?
Through your worship, is there any, around the horseshoe, is there any appetite to make the date I don't see why we couldn't have a meeting, our first meeting in January, to have some last consideration of the budget numbers and still be have the statutory public meeting on the 27th. But if you want to postpone that public meeting to February 15th or something of that nature, is there any appetite to do that?
So we can't have it within 2 weeks because we have a budget document that's going out to every household that includes the detail of the budget. So until you have told us it's the final draft budget, we don't know that detail. Then it takes 5 days for a company to print that for us. It takes 4 days for that to be delivered to households. That is the 14 days. That doesn't give anybody any chance to read it, to provide you with feedback before a public meeting. So it would mean that the public meeting got delayed.
Through the deputy mayor, this is working on the premise that, so council has seen, because I emailed it to everybody, the budget in brief document. So it's an 8-page document that talks about the whole budget, projects, everything else. That was part of the additional communication that was brought forward for the whole budget cycle. If council decides that they don't want that to go out to the public, to inform the public of the budget, then it could be a 2-week turnaround. But if you want that document to go out as per prior direction, then it has to be a 4-week window, because I need 2 days. So like the intention was, we were working this week to finalize that document, to get it to the printer so that they would have it back to us by January 3rd, so that it could go in the mail the first week of January, so that, and if a budget meeting was going to happen on the 13th, there wasn't enough time. So that's why everything had to get pushed back. So it's really, a decision of council whether you want that to move forward. I guess what I would like, if a motion does happen from Councillor Kentner based on his request to push it forward, if we as staff could get some direction as to what council's actually looking for, because we had a budget considerations discussion right now, and a lot of talk, no changes to the budget. So if there's something that we as staff can do to bring things forward in order to actually expedite discussion, if there needs to be changes in the budget, then certainly we'd be more than willing to do so. If it's just another meeting that just brings this single slide up, I'm not too sure what benefit we're going to have, with the exception of my team and everybody else having to write multiple reports for pre-budget approval.
Councillor Bell.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor. So the whole thing is, we can approve this. This can go forward, and at any time in the forward year, any member of council can bring forward a notice of motion to look at something and to trim something or to move money in another place, because we can do that after we even set this in place to go. For instance, if my fellow councillor Bartley wants to give staff further raise, bring forward a notice of motion to engage in the wages to be given to the municipality of Meaford, and we can vote on that, and we can make that happen.
You can, but that would trigger another public meeting.
Okay.
It would trigger another public meeting, because you're changing the overall levy request.
Right. Okay, so Councillor Kentner, are you making a motion then for moving forward to January?
Just to move the, the February, second meeting in February instead of the second meeting in January. And if it's defeated, that's fine, we're there.
So the motion will be that Committee of the Whole directs staff to bring the final draft budget forward for additional consideration by Council on January the 13th, 2020, and postpone the scheduled statutory public meeting until February 2020.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Okay, so that dies then. So we'll go back to the original motion for today. And that would be
the Committee of the Whole
will
direct
direct
staff to bring the final draft budget
budget
forward to the statutory public meeting on January the 27th, 2020.
Okay, so we are ready to call the vote on that motion then. And all in favor? Okay, and we stick with the plan. Okay, I think we should call a 5-minute break to allow council a chance to catch your breath and for the public to move in. And then we'll go directly to the public meetings. Okay. Harley, you ready? We're all here? Miss Rob? Okay, you ready to go? Welcome, everyone. It's always a pleasure for council to see so many of our residents in attendance. We have 2 public meetings ahead of us, and I will need to declare a conflict of interest on the first meeting because of a family connection to the Victoria Street project. So I'm going to turn the meeting over to Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Let it be noted in the minutes that the Deputy Mayor declared a conflict of interest and left the meeting at 6:10. Number 1 has to do with zoning 06-19 on Victoria Street. And this is just the way these applications came in, folks. So we will try to move through it. We have a preamble. It's legislated. We have to follow. We have to read through it for these public meetings. So I will begin. I, Harley Greenfield, Councillor of the Municipality of Meaford, hereby call this public meeting to order. This is a public meeting of council to consider a proposed zoning bylaw amendment under Section 34 of the Planning Act, applicable to 78 Victoria Street, being Plan 309, part lots 1343, 1346, and 1349, reference plan 16R-11288, parts 8 and 12, in the geographic town of Meaford, now in the municipality of Meaford. The requirement to hold this meeting is that there must be 20 days' notice. I will ask the clerk to please confirm that the notice requirement has been met. Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Notice was sent out on November the 26th, thereby meeting the requirement.
Thank you for that. Now, council is here tonight to hear representatives from those in favor and those in opposition to the proposed amendment to the municipal zoning of this property. If any person or public body that files an appeal to the decision of the council with respect to the proposed amendments does not make an oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to the municipality before the bylaw is passed, the local planning appeal tribunal may dismiss all or part of the appeal. Any person who wishes to receive notice of passing of the proposed amendment must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. We will hear first from the Manager of Development Services, followed by those who wish to speak in favor, then those who wish to speak in opposition, and finally, any comments the applicant would like to make. So, Ms. Button, Liz, will you please explain this proposed correcting zoning amendment and provide us with any comments that have been received by you concerning this proposal?
Certainly, I'd be happy to. Thank you. That was quite the introduction. So this application is for zoning amendment. The intention is to implement a decision of the Committee of Adjustment with respect to the lands. Currently, this site is occupied by 36 linked bungalows that are used in a rental capacity, and then 12 life lease units that are semi-detached units. The intention of this severance application that was approved in August is to separate out the rental units from the life lease units. My understanding is that is for business reasons. It will allow them to more accurately calculate the associated fees for each land valuation for each parcel as well. So the zoning amendment, the intention here is to address the fact that although no buildings are being changed or moved, the lot line relative to those existing buildings will be moving. So there are a number of zoning provisions such as yard setbacks that need to be varied in order to reflect that new lot line placement so that the lands still are in compliance with the zoning bylaw. So we have received several agency comments. The first was from the Conservation Authority. They noted no objection, and they did recommend easements to facilitate the site drainage. That was a condition of the related severance, so there will be all of the easements necessary to make sure that it still continues to function exactly as it is currently functioning, and that all of those easements are in place. The County of Grey provided comments. Rather, they stated no concerns with the application. And the Historic Saugeen Métis also submitted written comments noting no objection, concern, or opposition to the zoning amendment. And that's all I've received to this point in time.
Thank you, Ms. Button. I will now call upon the applicant or the agent for the applicant to review this proposal and provide any additional comments. Okay, good. Could we just have your name, please? Bill, thank you. Okay, fine. Thank you, Bill. Sorry. I will now call upon the members of the public present who support the amendment to speak. Please state your name for the record before beginning. Anyone here in support of this amendment? Okay, I now call upon any individuals who are in opposition to speak. Again, please state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing no one, thank you. Are there any points that council would like to inquire? Okay, thanks for that. All right, we have now heard from those in favor, from those in opposition, and this therefore completes the presentations. Council will give careful consideration to the arguments for and against the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this public meeting and showing your interest in the affairs of your municipality. I declare this public meeting adjourned, and we will continue with the second meeting in just a couple of minutes. Could we have the Deputy Mayor summoned back? Thank you, and let the minutes record the Deputy Mayor returned to the meeting at 6:17.
And thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Okay. So we will now move forward with the second public meeting, and I will read a similar dialogue. I, Shirley Keaveney, Deputy Mayor of the Municipality of Meaford, hereby call this public meeting to order. This is a public meeting of council to consider a proposed zoning bylaw amendment under Section 34 of the Planning Act, applicable to 145166, 16 Sideroad, being Concession 11 North, Part Lot 15 in the geographic township of St. Vincent, now in the municipality of Meaford. The requirement to hold this meeting is that there must be 20 days' notice. I will ask the clerk to please confirm that the notice requirement has been met.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Notice of this meeting was also sent out on November the 26th, thereby meeting the 20-day requirement.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Explanation to the ratepayers. Council is here tonight to hear representations from those in favor and those in opposition to the proposed amendment to the municipal zoning of this property. If any person or public body that files an appeal to the decision of the council with respect to the proposed amendments does not make any oral submission at the public meeting or written submission to the municipality before the bylaw is passed, the local planning appeal tribunal may dismiss all or part of the appeal. Any person who wishes to receive notice of passing of the proposed amendment must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. We will hear from the Manager of Development Services first, followed by those who wish to speak in favor, and then those who wish to speak in opposition, and finally, any comments the applicant would like to make. Liz, would you please explain this proposed correcting zoning amendment and provide us with any comments that have been received by you concerning this proposal?
Certainly, thank you. So I know that it's not a correcting. It seems like we've got that word in the script there. We'll need to take that out, so I'll make a note of that. Okay. So I will give just a really brief description of the application. We do have the agent for the applicant here tonight, and she has prepared a PowerPoint presentation that is lodged with the clerk. So generally, I think the way we structure it is that I would provide kind of the comments that we've received to date. The agent would deliver the presentation that describes that in a little more detail, and then generally we open that up for the public comments and discussion at that time. So this application, it is a zoning amendment, as noted. The applicant has requested permission to establish a small-scale luxury glamping establishment on the lands. That would be accomplished through the creation of a site-specific zoning exception on the property, so it's its own zone to facilitate that use. The intention, and the application reflects this, is that the use would include 7 A-frame 100 square foot seasonal camping units and 5 400 square foot all-season geodesic dome structures. What they've indicated is that they would each be furnished with 1 queen-size bed, so we'd be looking generally at an occupancy of 2 persons in each of the structures, and that the domes in particular would be equipped with their own washroom, small kitchenette, and propane stove. There would be on-site parking, a shared communal washroom building, and shared outside kitchen facility for the seasonal A-frame units. One of the things that the notice also highlighted is that a detailed site plan review and agreement would be required as a component of the approval process. So just, I guess, briefly in terms of process, the zoning amendment public meeting is our first opportunity to kind of open up a bit of a dialogue and understand how this application is being received by the neighbors, and if there's any information that we need to know about the site to help us make sure that council has the information needed to make a good decision. There is no decision being proposed today. No recommendation has come forward on that. So this really is intended to gather information. Generally, I try to encourage that we all try to have constructive input. I know that land use change close to home can really raise a lot of emotions, and sometimes that comes through, and that's okay. It's important to be impassioned about where we live and the places we love. But I guess there's maybe just two brief comments, and then I'll list the agency comments. I think when I look at this property, at this application, looking at the provincial policy and the official plans, there is general support, and actually those documents encourage us to consider tourism and recreational uses on rural lands. But that is contingent upon making sure that those are at a scale that is compatible with the rural character and where they will not have negative impact on environmental or hydrogeological resources. So I think in terms of constructive discussion, really the question that we're trying to answer and gather information on is what scale, arrangement, layout of use could reasonably coexist on this site in this area with the uses that are going on surrounding it. So I'm hoping that these lovely people here today are going to help us address those questions. In terms of comments, we have received comments from 3 agencies. First off, the County of Grey has indicated that provided minimum distance separation from nearby barns can be met, that they have no specific policy concerns. However, they do recommend that comments be received from the Conservation Authority regarding natural heritage and hazard features on site. They recommend that there be a comprehensive engineering review of the functional servicing report to confirm that it can be adequately serviced using the private services proposed. And they also suggest that county and local emergency services staff review the site plan to ensure that it will provide safe year-round access to the proposed structures as they are finally located. The Conservation Authority has provided comments. Again, they note no general opposition to approval of the application, provided their recommendations are upheld. First off, they, as part of their site visits, have made some recommendations for some revised boundaries for the environmental or hazard boundaries on site. They'd like to see those implemented through the zoning. Second, they would want to see that the mitigation measures that were outlined in the environmental impact study be incorporated through the site approval process, and that that list of measures be updated as necessary to reflect the results of an addendum that they have requested to the EIS. What they would like to see is some additional detail within that report to speak to any potential impacts of passive and recreational uses on the natural features on site, and some recommendations for mitigation if there are potential impacts identified. They also ask that a lot grading and drainage plan be prepared to demonstrate consistency with the water quality controls that they've noted within the report, and to confirm that lot grading will not increase the post-development runoff volumes from the site. And they also would like to be involved with the site plan or the detailed review phase of development. Finally, Historic Saugeen Métis noted no objection or opposition to the proposed development. We have received a number of public comments. My understanding is they've been forwarded along to Council for your consideration as well. I will read the names just so that we can reflect those in the minutes. If you have submitted written comments and don't hear your name, please come and talk to me after, and we'll make sure that that's reflected and track that down. So we've received public comments from Beth Taylor, Fraser and Nancy Hollis, Gord and Marie Mackenzie and Alexandra Naylor, Gordon Price, Sandy Price, Stephanie Price, M. Wright, Pamela Fulford, and Patrick Curtis. If it's okay with you, Deputy Mayor, I would ask the applicant to join us. Kristen Rennie of Georgian Planning Solutions is here with a presentation.
Thank you and welcome, Kristen.
There's my voice. There it is.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Rennie. I'm from Georgian Planning Solutions, and I'm the planning consultant that is representing the landowners associated with the development proposal in front of us this evening. Oh, shoot. There we go. The purpose of the public meeting this evening is to consider a zoning bylaw amendment to establish permissions for a small-scale luxury glamping establishment, as noted in the notice that Liz read earlier. The property is located at 145-166 16 Sideroad, Concession 11, North Part, Lot 15, in the municipality of Meaford, County of Grey. As part of our submission, we provided supporting documentation, including a planning justification report, functional servicing and stormwater management report, traffic review, an environmental impact study, a hydrogeological evaluation, and we completed minimum distance separation calculations as well. Oh, too far. This is sensitive. Yes, one, please. Thank you. The county official plan designates the property rural. Permitted uses included in the rural designation include resource-based recreational uses, recreational or tourist-based rural clusters, which include cottages, yurts, or a similar form of development under the common ownership. Part of the property is also designated hazard. Within the Meaford official plan, the property is also designated rural. Permitted uses include agricultural uses, single detached dwellings, passive recreational uses, small-scale commercial and industrial uses, accommodation uses such as private campgrounds, rental cabin establishments, and trailer parks. And part of the property is also designated environmental protection. I also want to note that there are policies that exist both in the county and the Meaford official plan that do support opportunities for economic development and the creation of jobs, and encourages the development of passive recreational and ecotourism uses in rural areas. The property is currently zoned rural in your Meaford zoning bylaw 60/2009 and environmental protection. At this point, I'm actually going to, yeah, you can go to the next page. I am going to invite the property owner to give you an overview of the proposal, since it is their dream, and they would probably do a better job than I would in terms of giving it credit.
It's a little touchy. Margaret can, yeah.
Thank you, welcome, and please introduce yourself for us.
Thank you, Council, for having me. My name is Scott McIntosh. I'm here this evening to, kind of outline the proposal. I thought that I could do a little bit better job than Kristen, seeing as kind of my dream. So I printed out notes and then forgot them right by the door as I left, which was very convenient for me. So I'll kind of look down to some regard. But like I said, my name's Scott. My wife, Elizabeth, and I purchased this property. And we're proposing this kind of business venture to go alongside my brother and his fiance, who recently just purchased a home here in Meaford, to live here. We grew up in Arthur, Ontario, and Mount Forest area, so not too far from here. Always enjoying the outdoors, and have lived apart as we did school and things, but always wanted to move back up this way. Have been up here pretty extensively hiking and such. And so had saved up to make this dream a reality. Our dream is to have a small-scale accommodations business that allows people to have a quiet getaway where they can come and respect and enjoy nature. Our proposal is to have 5 geodesic domes and down the road 7 small A-frame cabins to rent out to people looking to have a unique experience away from the hustle and bustle of everyday living. We do not have any intention of growing larger than this, as we believe this takes away from our vision of a quiet getaway that we ourselves can fully manage and meet and greet each visitor personally. Our proposal is not to include any major construction components, as the dome and A-frame structures are not large, they're simple in style and in building. Elizabeth and I, along with our daughter and our baby on the way, are excited to live on the property, and it would be our role to greet each visitor in person when they would arrive. We would share with them our expectations and tell them about the community they are visiting while showing them to their accommodation. We will be reiterating what our online website will say, which is that visitors will respect the natural setting around them. They'll respect their hosts, myself, Elizabeth, and our family live obviously right on the property, and our neighbors. We will recommend to them great places to eat in the area, and our hope is to partner with other local businesses to have our visitors see, interact with, and purchase from local business. Upon walking our guests to their accommodations, they would find a dome-like building or a small A-frame cabin, depending on which they would rent, with a comfortable queen-size bed. We intentionally only have sleeping for 2. We're only taking 2 at a time per accommodation, as we aim to cater to those looking to have a special, relaxing, quiet getaway and not a place to come and blow off steam. Our above average price point, we're looking to rent between $250 and $300 a night, also is a way in which we'll appeal to those more interested in a quiet, natural experience. Our domes will be comfortable and cozy with a propane stove, a small functional bathroom, and a small kitchenette. Our small cabins will contain only a bed, and visitors will share a small bathroom building and a kitchen space that will be kind of more like a pavilion. This will be a place for people to come with a good book and read, simply take time to disconnect, and perhaps take a walk around the property. We will have our property boundaries clearly marked out with fences, on top of emphasizing the importance to stay on our 25 acres. In speaking with other glamping-style accommodations in a variety of areas around the world, most visitors will likely spend much of their time on their own deck beside their accommodation, simply relaxing quietly. We hope to share the experience with others of how incredible taking time to be in nature can be, and have them join in celebrating the rural and natural heritage systems in this beautiful area. Our vision is for this to be a quiet getaway without attractions or any kind of sport utility vehicle roaming loudly through our property. We bought here in Meaford as this municipality and this stunning 25 acres enables our dream to be a reality. This is something that I'm passionate about, largely because I like to be with my family, and this was a family business that we could run together, and I could be with my kids here on the property every day. My wife is a nurse. She hopes to find work up here working as a nurse. My brother's fiance is a nurse as well. I am a teacher by training and am teaching now, perhaps to get on the board here. I'm not sure, but my hope is that we can be here on our property, me with our children, and running this small accommodations business as my dream. That effectively, I didn't click through very fast, that's on me. Shows our site plan, as you can see here, with the driveway coming in, the location of the domes and the A-frames subject to kind of around the edge of the open field area. All of our functional buildings are outside of any environmental protection areas, as well as anything else that Gray Sauble Conservation Authority deemed as distance setbacks, as well as the MSDS setbacks from other neighboring properties. Perfect. Yeah, that gives a better scope of kind of the field area and such. This is kind of a photo of what the dome structures would look like. This is from a particular place in New Brunswick. Same idea. Small bed on the inside with this dome structure, and a drawing rendered by one of our high school friends actually at the bottom there. And that's kind of an interior that she drew, is what we're kind of looking at, the bed inside the dome. And then lastly, I don't know where I pointed. Small A-frames are effectively small, like a garden shed, kind of 10 by 10, and they would just have a bed inside of them, and would again share the bathroom space. I think that does it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Just one question for clarification, if I may.
Sure.
So are you saying it's more or less an adult-only facility?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, if someone comes with a newborn, we're not going to turn them away. We've had a newborn and it sleeps. Our daughter slept in between us. We wouldn't be opposed to that, but it's not really a place for children. Mostly because we're not encouraging people to have them sleeping on the floor and things. It's meant for two people. That would be, yeah, a newborn young child would be the extent of kind of the children on the property.
Thank
Other
you.
than our own.
Yeah, of course.
Just to clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, so I will now call upon members of the public present who support. Oh, I'm sorry, Kristen has another slide, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I just wanted to wrap it up with what the actual zoning amendment request is.
Of course.
As Liz did mention, as part of her presentation at the beginning, it is a site-specific zoning exception, which would specifically outline the permitted uses under this use on the property. So it would be to permit private cabin rental accommodation establishments, and it would articulate the number of units, 7 A-frames, and the size of it, the 5 seasonal geodesic dome structures, as well as the other site-specific items that are required: parking, shared communal washrooms, building, and shared outdoor kitchen facilities. And that really is, that's the end.
All right, thank you, Kristen. Okay, so now I will call upon members of the public present who support the amendment to speak. Please state your name for the record before beginning. Anyone wishing to speak in favor?
Yeah, my name is Alex Hogan, and I work with the Regional Tourism.
Could you come up to the mic, please, Alex, just so we make sure everyone can hear you?
Yeah, my name is Alex Hogan. I work with the Regional Tourism Organization number 7. I'm not here in that capacity tonight. I'm just here as I live down the road on the 3rd line. And I would like to register support. However, I'm not prepared to do that tonight. But I just wanted to confirm that there is an opportunity to do that in writing.
Certainly.
Okay. And what's the timeline on that?
So I don't think our next opportunity to come forward to council would be in January. I am thinking that I will need some additional time following the Christmas break. So if you were to aim kind of maybe second week in January, and that would give us the time to incorporate any comments between now and then.
Okay,
Yep.
that's perfect. Yeah, I think it's very well thought out and sustainable, and yeah, I would like to register that, but I will do it in writing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just have a question. Who do you work for, sorry?
I work for Regional Tourism Organization 7, which is provincially funded, and it covers Bruce, Grey, and Simcoe counties.
So you work for the people here that oppose it? So I'm just trying to clear it up. You work for the government?
I work for the provincial government.
Okay.
I work with local tourism operators to increase visitation,
So you work for
spending.
people here that oppose it? I'm just trying to
Okay.
clear it. It seems like a conflict to me, it's all.
Okay, Thank you, Alex. We're going to move forward. I will now, so no one else wishes to speak in favor of the project? Then I will now call upon individuals who are in opposition to speak. Again, please state your name for the record when you come forward to the mic.
Hi, my name is John Lindsay Smith. I go by Lindsay for you people who have already met me. I live on the 12th line. I'm here with my wife Elizabeth. I represent nobody but ourselves, my wife and I. We moved here a year and a half ago. We did it for the peace and quiet. We moved from Hamilton, not far from this where these couple live, and we lived by many of the tourist areas in Hamilton, and it was a disaster. It was in the paper regularly. So that's one of the reasons I obviously am opposed to the noise, the traffic, and also I have concerns about a water study that's been done. I don't know who they hired, but everyone in our street has water issues. Pretty much everyone. I have a drilled well. I may be the exemption of that. I have a very expensive, deep drilled well, but most people in the area have issues with water. So I don't know who they hired, but I do have a trust issue with the young couple. We had meetings. We invited them. We didn't have to. When they came to our meeting, they talked about 5 domes. 5 domes. Sorry. That was it. This is all new to us. It was never mentioned when they met with us. So if I have trust issues, you'll have to, understand that, because this is far and above what they talked to us about. Other issues are the obvious ones of noise, pollution, septic. I don't know how they're going to deal with the septic issue. I think I should let everyone else speak about their own concerns, because I think we're ending up with a doubling down of my issues. But I just want to be clear that I do not trust this layout that they have dropped on us today. And it is not what I signed up for when I moved out here for peace and quiet. It's not going to work that way. My wife and I both camp. We know the issues that come up at campgrounds. And noise is always number one. The last park we were at, the police were there 3 times in 1 week for noise complaints from the surrounding houses. So it's something you're going to have to spend money on with noise complaints, because I guess they got to bring the OPP in for that. I don't know who comes in. All right, I'm going to yield to anyone else that wants to make comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. And would someone else like to speak? Hi.
Hi, I'm Gordon Naylor. I'm here representing my wife, Anne Marie, and my 2 daughters. I understand that that council does have a mandate and a desire to promote economic development, and I do support economic development, absolutely. However, council also needs to consider the culture and the character of the neighborhood, and there's nobody would dare say that this is not going to negatively impact or at least severely change the culture and character of the neighborhood. It definitely is. It's just undeniable. But I would also question about the council's or the town's ability to provide the necessary services. I mean, we can't even get Leo Tonsik to maintain his buildings on Main Street. Still got plywood in those windows after 3 years. I don't know how we're going to possibly maintain or respond to violations of bylaw, and bylaw infractions on this property, because there's going to be some. And I don't know whether you're going to have to ask staff for that. It's definitely going to be a problem. But I did want to, following the other gentleman that just came up, I would also suggest that council view the professional reports with due suspicion. I want to have, for example, the hydrological study, which I found is really quite interesting. On page 2, number B, the physical setting, the first paragraph, they say the stony clay loam on the drumlins are reported to be well drained. Well, any farmer here will tell you that's not the case. We've got water on the top of one of our drumlins, groundwater, and we've got nothing at the bottom of a drumlin. So these drumlins are not well drained, but reportedly they are. They didn't do the study. They just say that reportedly we're done. The topography, they say we infer from local topography the groundwater direction mimics these features and migrates to a southeasterly direction. Well, we know from the way the groundwater flows to these drumlins, that is not the case. You cannot predict the way the water flows in this valley. We've got water only because our well is up at a very little corner of our property. The rest of our property is dry. So to suggest that the water is flowing in one direction is predictable it's not accurate. And number E, groundwater recharge. They suggest here that precipitation falls and may infiltrate into the ground, and that would become recharge for the aquifer. But we all know that fields in this neighborhood in the springtime are soggy. Water is not infiltrating very well through this clay soil. I do not trust that the infiltration figures that they use in this study are accurate enough. They based those assumptions on they based their water drawdown calculations on those assumptions, and I found their assumptions to be questionable. So I found this study to be very questionable. At the end, they say this is a theoretical groundwater impact assessment. No pumping tests have been done, but for conceptual purposes, we've completed a theoretical groundwater interference assessment. If I lived next door, I would not be comforted by those words. So I think there's just too many errors and omissions in this report for it to be relied upon. And that's why it's not surprising to me that in the last paragraph of this report, they say, and I quote, the consultant accepts no responsibility for any third-party damages and does not accept any responsibility for inaccuracies or deficiencies. I rest my case. I just find that the whole proposal is based on this very, very important study, and I'd shoot holes in it all day long. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Naylor. Anyone else wish to speak?
Sorry, it's in the front row. Hi, my name's Megan Silk, and I'm here tonight with my husband Bren and our 4 kids. We live at the bottom of the big hill at the end of 16th Sideroad in close proximity to the proposed Back 40 glamping development. I grew up in Grey County, and when it was time for us to start our family, Bren and I chose Meaford specifically for its strong and safe community. We love it here. And our neighborhood there, our street on 16th Sideroad, it's one that it doesn't require any fences. It's a community where we toboggan on the big hill as a family, and where neighborhood children, they visit each other's houses on bikes, check their own mailboxes, and pick apples in the laneway. It's a place that's safe with people who legitimately care about each other. We don't require fences. I'm opposed to this development for many reasons, as I addressed in my letters to you last week to council. However, I'm specifically here to say that I will not feel safe as a mother if this goes through. With all due respect, these people haven't lived here, and I bring that up because I don't know if they intend to. Despite strong opposition from literally every single one of their neighbors, they continue to push forward. Despite seeing our worried faces, they continue to push forward. And they push forward saying they care about their neighbors. Now here tonight, they're pushing forward, as one of my neighbors mentioned, with an even more ambitious proposal than was presented to us at our Concerned Citizens meeting in July this summer. And I'm disturbed by that. I don't get it. So I'm here wondering how this development might change our neighborhood. How might it change our neighborhood if we add 24 transient guests a night, thousands and thousands of transient guests a year, guests who have no tie to the community and who are here for a good time? I want to know if my neighborhood on 16th Sideroad would require fences then. I'm disturbed by the developer's apathy for our feelings, and I'm genuinely concerned for our children's safety in this neighborhood. That said, I do have faith that council will hear our voice and not allow Meaford to become the type of place where developers from out of town are allowed to come and disrupt a community for personal financial gain. Thanks.
Thank you, Megan. And anyone else wish to speak? Come on forward, sir.
Hello, my name is Joel Anzino. I totally agree with what the 2 gentlemen said and the lady said, so I'm not going to repeat myself on that, but I would like some clarification. What are these benefits to our community? What are these recreational services? I came here to get an understanding of what's going on. I'm walking out of here more confused. I didn't understand what the purpose of this is. Maybe, so what are the financial benefits to Meaford for this recreational activities we speak of? Actually, if this is such a great recreational facility, shouldn't it be closer to the harbor so that it will facilitate the in and out of the traffic, it will facilitate people visiting our stores, restaurants, and so on and so forth. Why so much inland? It doesn't make sense to me. And also, I seen something in the presentation which there was no elaboration on. What do they mean by hazard? I kind of, they just put it up, and as quick as it was put up, it was taken down. Trailer parks. What do trailer parks have to do with recreational activities? Can someone explain that to me? And the last point is, how do we intend to control or screen who comes up? I certainly wouldn't want any pedophile or sex offenders to be part of my neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Come on forward.
Hello, my name is Pamela Fulford, and I have put in some written comments, and you kindly acknowledge receipts. So I think that a lot of the specific points we have made formally through those written comments. It has been very helpful to have access to the reports online at Meaford, and it's been useful to sort of have a lot of the basic information answered. But I do note that given some of the issues that we're talking about now, I wonder if some of those should have been included in the actual zoning bylaw. There's nothing in there about noise, and I think for the neighbourhood that's very important. I have a property immediately on the east side of the proposed site, and I also own a property on the other side of the road. As a family, we've been here in that property since 2001, and we picked that spot because it is so very quiet. It is a particularly quiet spot. So obviously introducing 24 people into the area is going to have some sort of noise impact, and yet the bylaw doesn't contain anything on that. I had the good fortune to speak to Mr. McIntosh, and we talked about perhaps we can have something in the bylaw that says no ATVs, no snowmobiles, no trails for that purpose. That would obviously help noise. I'm not quite sure how you can actually set limits for noise, but noise is going to be a very big factor for the neighbourhood. I'm going to get my son to talk about water in a moment and the septic, because that is a major area of concern for us, and it seems there's a lack of clarity on some of the detail in that in the reporting, and he's a civil engineer, so he can speak about that. I am very encouraged from speaking to Mr. McIntosh that they realise that putting in boundary fences are important. My insurance company's confirmed that that's something really that for neighbours, there ought to be boundary fences. There ought to be proper signage on the site, that obviously there's a pond. We all know in the neighbourhood that some people may be out there hunting, ticks in the field, whatever it might be. There's a series of issues to do with behaviour on the site, to do with noise on the site. And I think that obviously the planners hopefully will look at the comments that need to be in the actual bylaw itself, and what should go in the site plan. The site plan looks very rudimentary at this stage. Even the septic isn't specified. So I think that given that Mr. McIntosh has acknowledged some of these subject areas and has a vision, I haven't seen that translated into any enforceable, either the bylaw or the actual site plan at this stage. I'll ask my son Percy just to cover the water. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Percy Fulford. So, again, looking through some of the background documents, there were a few questions that we had, a few things that maybe didn't make sense with each other, or just that we wanted more clarification on. So the first is with the groundwater. So there's the hydrogeological report and the functional servicing report both recommend on-site water storage units to offset the large peak hour water taking demands. And those measures are not shown on the site plan currently, so we'd ask that it be revised to show that. Also, the reports mention, I think it's the hydrogeological report, mentions that since there are fewer than 6 serviced units for water, that MOECC and MECP approval are not required. However, it lists 7 new structures, which is the 5 new geodesic domes, the kitchen, and the new bathroom. So I guess our question is, does that therefore meet this requirement, or is it just that it's measured in a different way? In which case, we'd be curious to know how it is measured. The last thing is the septic size. In the background reports, they state a size that matches a flow of 6,050, 6,000 and a bit. Whereas the application states that, I think it's under question 9, they check the box that says that fewer than 4,500 liters per day flow. So the requirements under those are to produce 2 different reports to MEFOD. First is hydrogeological report, which has obviously been met. The second is I think it's a servicing options report. So it's unclear if that is equivalent to the functional servicing report that is included. So I guess we'd just like to ensure that the municipality of Meaford is satisfied with that requirement.
So I think for us at this point of the proposal, I noted that this is a discussion about the amendment, and then a lot of the information will be gathered and the site plan will be looked at after that. I think certainly for us at this point, it's very difficult to find a way to support the application until a lot more detail is there. And I think that something is for neighbours that is important is that if there is a will to meet certain obligations, that needs to be converted into the actual bylaw and also into the site plan. And also what we would like to see, I think for neighbours, we have to look beyond this. We have to look at the question of if an amendment is made to the bylaw now, what future uses does that permit if the ownership changes? I'm not too sure I'm clear about that, but I think as neighbours, that's something we have to look to as well. So we would certainly want to see a great deal more detail, not just discussion in the reports, but what is actually in the bylaw. You know, can we have some specific bans in there, some specific requirements about signage and fencing, and you know which bits go into there. We would also, I know there's discussion about a package going out to the guests and information on site. How can that be pulled into what the municipality is then able to monitor and track if this goes ahead? Because I think certainly one of the things that we're all aware of is if the municipality wants to explore this for economic development for the region, and I think we're all very supportive of MIFA doing well. If this is the first venture like this, a lot of care needs to be taken. We need to pay attention to the detail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pam and Percy. Your comments are appreciated. Does anyone else wish to speak at this time?
Madam Deputy Mayor, councillors, Meaford staff, and friends and neighbours. My name is Todd Robinson. I've lived in this, been fortunate enough to be in the municipality for 32 years now, and I can't say enough good about this municipality. I am a builder, and unfortunately, I am a builder, and normally I'm pro-development just because it's a self-serving for myself. However, in this case, I do have to speak against it, this particular development, and it's for a few reasons, and I don't think we can underestimate what everybody has said so far. I think they're all important points, but the one that sticks with me is the erosion of the rural lifestyle that those of us that have chosen to live out of town, what it means to us. And that's something that's very important to myself and my wife, and I worry about a development like this. I've never done any glamping. I've done my fair share of camping in its day, and I've had to be told to be quiet a few times by the people that own the facilities. It is noisy. The idea of only 2 people per yurt is a good idea. However, that doesn't stop 24 people from booking the entire facility, and that's where the noise will come from. One thing I found a little bit interesting, and maybe the planning department could make note of this, is that these yurts are 10 by 10, or the A-frames. Being a builder, I know you don't have to get a building permit for anything that's 10 by 10. So I'm just wondering what's to stop future expansion at the size of a 10 by 10 structure. Certainly, I'm not sure if the municipality would have to be notified. It's just a question I had. The other thing I'm a little surprised at is we didn't get notified, and maybe we're out of the area too far. I live on the 11th, but I can stand in my backyard and see this, so I would have appreciated notification on that. But thank you for your time.
Thank you, Todd. Okay. Anyone else present wish to speak? Hi, John.
Councillors, Mayor. Hello. My name is John Bolsink. My farm borders the new planned development. You know, I know that people have dreams and they like to, you know, start businesses for themselves. Being as it's rural, they're trying to start a business supposed to be nice and natural, and you know, nice natural environment. Yeah, it's kind of natural back there, but the area is mainly agriculture. Our farm during the summer, or at any point in time, has 150 head of cattle right there. We don't need any disruptions or, you know, people teasing the cows or there being problems. There's bulls, there's cows, there's heifers, I mean, it's, you know, it's not really supernatural, I would say. You know, there's drainage problem, water. Our farm's wet, for sure. Water flows from that property to our property, goes down to the creek, main tributary going into the Big Head River, which is a trout stream. Fish spawn there, so I'm concerned about pollution. You know, a lot of the neighbors, you know, are against it. 20 years ago, I approached council about having a shop on my farm, and at that point in time, council said, you know what, there's lots of commercial land in town, John, Mr. Bolsink, why don't you just go to town? So that's what I did, you know what, and it was the best advice ever. You know, it really was. You know what, my farm is still natural. You know, I know it probably would have polluted and stuff like that. You know, I had a dream and I moved my dream to town. And it was the best thing. You know, a lot of the people that do live out our way, Some of whom are retired. Some people have worked very hard. They do love the rural atmosphere. They do love the rural agriculture. I mean, you know, you got lots of agriculture is getting more intense. You know, we have more farmers coming to the area. You know, big machines going down the road, stuff like that. You know, I don't want to see anybody lose a dream. Everybody has their dreams. People like to work hard. I think this area may not be the ideal spot for it. You know, but it's, you know, I don't, you know, just with all the farming and stuff, I just don't know, you know, and you get people, like you say, camping and partying. There's always one bad apple. There's always one bad apple. It doesn't matter. You can say, oh, they'll be quiet, they'll be quiet. They're never quiet forever. And I just think, you know, some real good thought has to be put into that. It's a lot of good taxpayers in the township here. We've lived here forever. And we pay our taxes, we pay our bills. You know, I think we all need a little respect as well. Anyways, thanks for your time.
Thank you, John.
Hi, I'm Bruce Dickey. We have the farm right across the road from Okalari. That field, it is wet. I've worked it 4 or 5 years now since Steve had it. The outside rounds are not too bad, but you get in the center, you'll sink. You go down to the back, you'll sink. Steve had a tractor and he went just off the field a wee bit, and I had to go down and pull him out. He went right down, so it's really wet. And I agree with the water, where's it gonna go? The sewer, where's it gonna go? If they drill a new well, is it gonna affect our well, the neighbor's well, whatever? I have corn right across on the corner field. Tractors run there, disking, the wind blows out of the west, wind blows right across there. I just don't know what to say about it. Just trying to figure out here what all I had wrote down, but yeah, so other than the noise, like you get, as John says, you get one bad apple, you could get 3 or 4 come in, just cause a whole bunch of trouble. And the Bruce Trail does go right down past our place. We have cows out the side, we have bull, horses, sheep, all that outside. Who knows what they're gonna do? You know, break the fence down, jump over, whatever. Because the bull, they will attack if they get angered enough. It's just the way they are. So we don't like it, and hopefully it doesn't go. I don't know what else to say right now. Oh yeah, and if you, now, I put manure out too. If I put it in the front field because it's cornfield, I don't know if the smell will go over there and stink them out. I can't help it because that's the cows make, and I got to get rid of it. You know, that is real good, and that is real good fertilizer too. Oh, it is.
The best.
It's the best you can get. So, I don't know, we'll just leave it for now and let everybody else what they have, and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Bruce.
Thanks.
Okay, do we have any other speakers tonight? Come on up, sir.
Evening, Councillor, Major, Deputy Mayor. My name's Ryan Morris. I live on the 12th line. Excuse me. And one of the issues that really concerns us dates back to when we bought the property 21 years ago in 1998. We bought it in August. October, we turned the taps on. There was no water. We looked down the well. There was a little puddle about the side of a dishpan. I called Jimmy Clark. He came out and he said, "You're out of water." I told these people 3 years ago they had to deal with this. There's people that owned it before us. Anyway, we were using it for weekends up until 10 years ago. So we managed through that period by being very careful with our water, taking our laundry home, or if we had to do it out there, we'd go into town with it. And then 10 years ago, in the interim, we had created 5 ponds with the Ministry of Natural Resources permission. And we put a shore well down on the edge of one of those ponds. And the fellow who did the shore well said, "You'll never have to worry about water again." Oh, okay. Year before last, we had a very dry summer, as you recall. The well went dry. We had to get a cistern put in at a cost of $20,000, and then buy water from the municipality.
Study, and I think there needs to be a little bit more work done. And if we did another study, I'm sure we could get totally different results. But I do think more investigation is warranted before a decision is made to look at the details, as someone else, one of our other neighbors has said. So in summary, we're totally against the project. I know the intentions are good, but we're right next door, and it's not going to be quiet. Thank you. Thank you for your
Thank you,
attention.
Lyle, for your comments. Okay, is that everyone then who wishes to speak tonight? We have, no? Okay, come on forward.
Sorry, my name's Martin Esesh, and I have purchased the lot down the road and intend to build my retirement home there.
Beautiful.
One of the things that drives me nuts in the city is noise. And now in the city, they're not hardly even responding to noise complaints because they don't have the policing for it. So how would council make sure that funds are available to ensure that the OPP can come out there and handle noise complaints when they're not even doing it in the city? And I'm hearing from other people in other municipalities that their police aren't responding either. We've got the Airbnbs being used as, party shacks. Police aren't responding to those sometimes. So I don't know how you're going to manage the funding to control this if it starts to become a problem. And that's one of my major concerns. I just wanted to voice it.
Yep. No. Good question. Thank you, Martin. Hello.
Hello, I'm Irene Julie, and we've lived in this area right here, just up the road by the highway.
Could we have your name, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Irene Julie.
Irene, thank you.
My concern is fire. If there's ever a fire, we have a lot of bush, as you can tell, in this area. How fast would the fire department come to do something about it? It would kill everything around us, and that is my biggest concern, and the trespassing. As the gentleman has said, people are not going to stay on that bit of land, excuse me, on that little bed of property. They're going to venture out. So do we have to also put things up for no trespassing and also the fire? We have a lot of bush on our property, and a fire could do a lot of damage to this area. And how would Meaford look after us? That's my comment. So I'm totally against it. Totally.
Thank you, Irene.
Hi there.
Hi.
My name's Jennifer Thompson. I own the property that's 2 properties east of the proposed development. I am the 3rd generation owner there. My grandparents bought it back in the 70s for the reason of peace and quiet. And me being the 3rd generation, I would like to continue that and enjoy the peace and quiet there. I know a lot of people have brought up the noise issue. On any given day, I can be outside on my property and I can hear exactly, clear as a bell, what they are saying up on the hill. Noise travels incredibly clear. So my concern is that when you get more than 2 people talking out in their backyard, it's going to become a problem. Something that hasn't been addressed is light pollution. So there's going to have to be lights for safety. I know that I like to go out there and stargaze. You can see every star in the sky on a clear night. With the increased light, I'm afraid that that is going to be impacted. Another issue is the road maintenance. So it is a gravel road. There is quite a large hill. In the 30 years that I've been there growing up, we've seen some horrific accidents of people not taking that road seriously. They hit the loose gravel and they're gone. One particular incident, a young couple rolled their car and the ambulance couldn't find them because of our address. We have an issue with our address. It doesn't seem to be recognized by EMT, police officers, fire respondents. And my last point is wildlife disruption. So I am there to enjoy the peace, the serenity, and the wildlife, the birds, the deer, the coyotes even, that I hear at night that kind of creep me out, but I still like to hear them. I'm afraid that all of that is going to be impacted negatively. So I am in opposition of this development.
Thank you, Jennifer. Okay, and do we have anyone else? Hi.
Hi, my name's Stephanie Price, and I and my mother and father, Gordon Sander Price, who are at a country right now, so I'm representing them as well, am opposed to this as everybody else in this room is. The one thing I just want to follow up, because Jennifer made a good point about 16th Side Road, and in the traffic study on page 1, it says information gathering 2.1 street and intersection characteristics. 16th Side Road is a 2-lane local road with a rural cross-section, chip seal surface, and no sidewalk. 16th Side Road has an unposted assumed speed limit of 80 kilometers an hour and is under jurisdiction of the municipality of Meaford. So my point is, in this study, perhaps to people who don't know the road, because it isn't chip seal, it's gravel. And that road does get dangerous. I travel it every day back and forth to work in that little piece between 11th and 12th line. When it gets even super wet and we've had a lot of rain, it's messy. Like, I have been sucked off the road as I would be if I was driving on a slushy road. So I really wanted to support Jennifer on that point. I would believe that if something like this was going to be considered, that it would need to be at least chip sealed in between 11th and 12th line. We live just down on 12th line. We're about 1.5 kilometers south of 16th Side Road. Another point is back to security. When people, and my question is, when their guests are checking in, and I know in a lot of campsites and that, cash works great, and you don't need identification. And camping is a great place for people to hide or get away from, because they aren't asked for identification. So if something like this was to be forced through, I would hope that there would be some identification process for sure going on, just to keep us all safe. And one more point, I know Scott had mentioned, and with all due respect, and I understand that they have a dream and there's lots of things that they want to do, and I mean, this is a beautiful area, and I understand why they came up this way. And he said that, economically speaking, it would support things like restaurants and shops in Meaford. I disagree with that, because I think that when you're camping, glamping, or trying to be one with nature, that you are barbecuing and, you're buying your food in the city on the way up, packing your cooler, and getting everything ready, and you come up and the plan is to camp there. I can't imagine going camping and, excuse me, putting in, a pair of high heel shoes and a skirt, because my boyfriend's going to take me out for dinner in Meaford. That's really all I have to say. So, but I'm in support of the opposition.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay. And we have another gentleman?
My name is Roger Haskell. My parents purchased a property on the 12th line, about halfway between the 26th and the subject property. The thing, I guess the issue I'd like to raise for the council to consider is that I'm aware that there is legal precedent that if there are animals in the proximity of people and there's a community interest, all of us would agree that we place the lives of people ahead of livestock or animals. That where complaints are registered against, it's not just the smell, but whatever else is carried in the air from the livestock, that there's legal precedent to support the people and remove the livestock. So, having been here since the 70s and knowing the area pretty well, I think you're really faced with an important decision, which is how supportive are you of farming, and do you want that in your community? Because it doesn't take much of a process to object to the livestock, not just the smell, but like I say, what's carried in the air. And the legal precedent I'm aware of says that the livestock have to go or be moved, or the manure piles have to be moved. And so, given the wind patterns, and I know that Dickey's farm, I would just ask that you take a close look at that and consider what you want the character of your community to be going forward. Because I respect what the gentleman's doing, but I'm also aware that once you go down that road, it's like anything else. If you decide you want to have condos in the waterfront in Toronto, suddenly you don't have a view of the lake. So that's it. Just look into that legal issue. Thank you.
We certainly will, Roger. Thank you. Hi.
Hello, I'm Alan Tremaine, and I'm speaking for my wife, Linda Muir. We own the schoolhouse on 16th Sideroad. Now, we sent you a letter, and my wife spent 2 years before she planted the garden, just because she wanted to take the time and figure out where the best location on the land was. So, what I'm seeing is I'm seeing this getting rushed through, and I'd like them to take some time, think about us, and that's all I have to say. Thank you so much. I'm against it.
Thank you, Alan. Okay, and it looks like that may be everyone who wishes to speak. No, come on forward.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Will Bolsink. My brother owns the property directly south to the proposed campground. And the only concern I didn't hear about is there going to be any pets allowed? And if so, are they going to be leashed? Because especially with the livestock and stuff, we don't need them chasing cows around. And another concern I have is if this is going to go through, I would like to see at least a 10-foot fence around the property to keep the cattle away from the people, or for the liability. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
That's a good point, Will. Thank you. Okay. Sir?
Hi there.
Hi.
I hadn't actually planned on speaking, but I just was listening to some people here, so I figured I would just put my 2 cents worth in. Scott, you did a great job of showing what your vision is.
Your name, sir?
Sorry, my name is Stefan Esesh, E-S-Z-E-S. I live on the 12th line. Now, some of the arguments here tonight regard quality of life and noise. And Scott made a good point about a good price point to keep it from turning into party shacks. And I agree, there is some merit to that. However, I live down the 12th line, and to be fair, I won't hear any noise from this campground. I'm just far enough away, I won't hear it. But I picked my spot for the peace and quiet, and we moved in, we built our house, and then the people who own the farm across the street from us decided to turn it into an Airbnb. They also set a very high price point, actually probably about double of Scott's. And yes, it's certainly a high-class clientele, but anyone who shows up is in vacation mode. They've spent a lot of money, and they have a few days out in a beautiful area, and they want to just have a vacation, which includes sitting out in the evening and having a bonfire, having a couple beers and a few laughs, which is fine. I do that too. Trouble is, after 2 or 3 nights of this, they leave, and the next people come in, and guess what? They're in vacation mode. And the next and the next. I just went through an entire spring, summer, and fall of people across the street having evening bonfires in vacation mode. Now, instead of open windows and cows and crickets, the window's closed and my AC is running. It does have a big impact on the people that are within earshot. I just want to make that known, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Stefan. Okay, and we have any other speakers? Okay, no. So just before we move on, I just wanted to thank everyone who took the time to prepare and send letters to council. There were a lot of them. I may not have responded to all of you, but I do want you to know that we will all have read your letters, so we appreciate you taking time to do that. Okay, now, council, it's your turn. Are there any points raised that anyone around the council table wishes to ask for clarification to the planner? Councillor Kentner.
Yes, I just had a question. I heard about the 10 by 10s and the geodesic domes, and then I heard a mention of cabins. But I was just a passing mention of cabins. I didn't get a number, and I didn't see any sign of them in the presentation. I just think I heard that, or?
Scott?
Yeah, sorry, there's no kind of interchangeable. The 10 by 10s are the cabins. There's not like not the way we think of a cabin.
Those are the A-frames, Scott. Yes. Okay. All right. Any questions of clarification? Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. To the Planning Department, has this property got any sort of approval for anything like this right now? And is it true, could I put up 10 of these 10 by 10s on my property without permission?
Okay, so in terms of the can I put up 10 by 10 cabins, you could potentially put up 10 by 10 sheds without a building permit, subject to them meeting zoning. The zoning bylaw still applies even if a building permit is not required. And in this case, I think I guess the more operative part of that would be how are you using those structures? So if you had a property with a house on it and wanted to build your 10 by 10 shed for accessory storage, okay. But if you were wanting to use it for accommodation uses, no, you do need specific permissions for that to be the case. In terms of permissions on the property, so these lands are designated as rural, and as I noted kind of at the beginning, the provincial policy statement and the official plan documents do set out permissions for this type of use, where we can strike the balance that it can, I guess, occur in harmony with or coexist in the existing area with limited impact.
Okay, and other questions? Councillor Greenfield?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Bruce, for one, mentioned about the agricultural situation. Right now, there's in the middle, roughly the middle of the property, Mr. McIntosh, there's a worked field, a field that has been productive of crops. What are your plans for it? How does it fit into this proposal of yours?
If you can click back. There. So yeah, you're right. It's about 10 acres, the field itself worked. As you can see, the proposed, we just wanted a driveway, but in light of more for emergency services, we were told that a loop is better for them, hence the loop. So that's a driveway through the field. The actual field itself presumably would go to first of all, a large chunk of it would be a vegetable garden. My wife is a big gardener. Probably the side closest to the house there, if you take a look. Apart from that, we don't have any particular planned uses for the field. Whether someone local wanted to take hay off it, they'd be welcome to, or something along those lines. We have no objections within that realm.
Well, the reason I'm asking is I can't imagine any kind of farming practices working in conjunction with a campground. If it's worked right now, you're going to end up with, if it's not seeded down to some kind of grasses, you're going to end up with dust or mud. So I'm just wondering how you're going to work that into your plan.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I just want to address the room. I did a quick head count, and there's well over 50 people here. That has not gone unnoticed. And I know, Deputy Mayor, you made comment quickly about not being able to respond to everyone. I don't think I can recall a time when persons have sent it off to our personal email or texted us individually. They said, Tony, I need to talk to you. Mr. Bell, I want to talk to you. Councillor Bell, I want to talk to you. And I'm sure every one of us got that type and style of comment sent to us. And each one of you who send a comment like that to us, each one of us as councillors want to get back to you. And just, I started off very faithfully answering everyone. And in the last little while, I've had my own reasons for maybe not getting back to you. But I want to tell you tonight that speaking for myself, I have heard your concerns. And I just want to appreciate the fact that there's over 50 people in the room tonight. So thank you for coming out.
Thank you, Councillor Bell. Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do have a couple of questions here, and I don't know whether the answers have been given already, but I guess I'll ask the question again. So the septic, there's just basically one septic system for the whole area, and will it be like underground piping then to the septic system? Like, just try and give me an idea how the septic's going to work. Sure. Yep. And after that, just the water part. Like, are you hoping to drill one well to support water for all the campsites? Again, that'll be my second question, just to give you a chance to think about goes in, goes out sort of thing.
Sure. So I'm Clayton Capes from Capes Engineering, and essentially there's already an existing septic bed and well that services the residence that Scott and his wife will be living in. There'll be a completely separate septic bed and well to service just the geodesic domes and the communal kitchen and washroom. The proposed septic bed is really not that much larger than a large one that you would put in for a large house. The flows, just to get them out there, because I know there were some questions earlier. The flows from the existing house are about 2,000 liters a day. The proposed flows from the entire rest of the campground would be 4,000 liters a day. So roughly double kind of what that existing house, which isn't a large house, produces. And certainly in terms of the well, the hydrogeologist as well as myself, we looked at the records for all of the existing wells within the area, looked at the flow rates that those wells could produce, and looked at what the total usage for the water for the campsite would be. And both the hydrogeologist and myself, we determined that based on an average usage, there would be enough based on what the well records say in the area. However, if, for example, you had all of those units occupied at the same time and everyone was using the water all at once, there would be a very high peak demand. And when I say very high, it's not excessive. Certainly you wouldn't require additional permits from the Ministry of the Environment. But it would require some additional storage in order to deal with that. But that storage would take the place, or would come in the form of an underground cistern, which wouldn't be significantly large. We're talking on the order of kind of a septic tank size in order to deal with that peak flow that might come in sort of an hour-long stretch. So septic bed is going to be slightly larger than sort of a traditional one that you would put in for a house, completely separate and well with some additional storage.
Can you reference wells in the area?
Yes.
Are you referencing dug wells or are you referencing drill wells?
So, sorry, the question was whether I'm referencing dug wells or drilled wells. So the Ministry of the Environment maintains a database of all of the, in theory, all of the wells in the area. And it includes both drilled and dug wells, but typically those well records are for drilled wells. And
that's my understanding.
Correct, yes. So it's not an exhaustive database.
So all the flows and everything that's calculated are based on all the drilled wells in the area. The majority
as I said, we looked at, it was, I believe, between 12 and 15 existing wells in the surrounding area. And so it was anywhere, I believe it was, the hydrogeologist looked at everything within 500 meters. I actually looked at everything within 1,500 meters, so.
Thank you. And Councillor Vickers, you had another question?
Yep, so we have a business that wants to start. So someday, if the business starts and proceeds, this is probably a question more for the planner. How do we know that it won't keep expanding to the next person? So the next person buys it. What is there any more? Can we give the neighbors or ourselves the ability to know that it just can't expand kind of willy-nilly sort of thing?
So through you. So generally, the zoning bylaw would be specific to the number of units, the occupancy or floor area that's associated with that, and that zoning amendment would be based on all of the studies supporting it. If at some time in the future somebody were to come in and request an expansion, that they would have to go through that process. So they would need to demonstrate, again, those same servicing characteristics and go through this process.
Okay, and a question, if I may, for you, Scott, just for clarification purposes. Animals, were you intending to allow pets, dogs in particular, into your facility?
Well, to be honest, no. And then we got some backlash because obviously Meaford is a very dog-friendly city, so you can't really win. I think we're going with no. Wear and tear on buildings and so and such forth, as well as the dog escapes and everything else, and impact on livestock close by. So we're going to be no and kind of take the flack from those that would like to bring their pet that can't come. So.
Thank you. Are there other questions of clarification from council?
Through your worship, so there was one comment about that animals would not hold a legal precedent over the humans. So if there was an issue between the campsite and the livestock, that the livestock would automatically lose. Can you either clarify it, or like it doesn't? I've never heard of such a law, but the comment was made, so I guess I'm looking for clarification.
So I can speak to what I'm familiar with in terms of kind of mitigating complaints. So minimum distance separation, or MDS, calculations are required between a livestock operation and nearby dwellings or commercial uses. The intention of that is to look at that livestock facility, so that's either a barn or a formal manure storage, and ensure that there is an adequate setback to minimize odor complaints related to that use. Now that doesn't address, if someone's spreading manure on a field or that kind of thing. Complaints relating to that would be addressed through the normal farm practices mediation process. I would think generally in this area it is a farm area. I think that would be strongly considered within that evaluation, that this is a farm area, and so long as the farmer is adhering to normal farm practice, I think there is intended to be protections for the farmer in that process.
Your worship, so there was comments made about cattle being grazed or being pastured. So does that, because I understand the MS, the minimum distance setbacks, MDSs for the barn, but what about the cattle that are out on pasture for the grazing purposes?
Right. They are entitled to be on their farm grazing. The setbacks, like I say, they're intended to minimize the number of complaints that need to go through the farm practices mediation process. It would deal with those areas where you're expecting livestock to be the majority of the time, to allow for manure to accumulate. So it really deals with those facilities, including a manure storage, where we would expect a lot of manure most of the time.
All right, thank you. So I would say we have now heard from those in favor, from those in opposition, and why they oppose the proposed amendment. This therefore completes the presentations this evening. Council will give careful consideration to the arguments for and against the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for attending this public meeting and showing your interest in the affairs of this municipality. We really, really do appreciate all of you coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts and concerns with us. Merry Christmas to all of you. I therefore declare this public meeting adjourned. Okay, does council wish to take another 2 minutes? Okay.
They're driving. Yes. We'll get stuff to go to the house.
Okay, we're going to resume this meeting, and we'll need a motion to extend. May I ask for a mover to extend? Councillor Vickers, and seconded by Councillor Bell. Okay, and let's find our way back to the, and everyone in favor? Thank you. Okay, so, just finding my way back to the agenda. Fees and charges is up next. 2020 fees and charges. May I have a mover and a seconder, please, to put this discussion on the table? Councillors Bartley and Greenfield, thank you. And Mr. Chapman, I believe you'll start us off with this.
Certainly through the Deputy Mayor. The only change from the original schedules is the bag tag fee. So everything else is exactly as the same as Council saw weeks ago when we first brought it, but we of course had to bring it back because of the bag tag discussion that happened during the budget meetings. We are seeking approval of this prior to kind of the final budget, simply because we need the fees updated so we can start charging appropriate revenues for all the different cost centers.
Okay, any discussion? Councillor Bartley.
Yeah, just one quick question, Darcy. Bulk water rates, we had a meeting and we were talking about cutting our bulk water rates maybe if it was so desired. Did anything come out of them meetings?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I'm going to pass that over to the folks on the right of me to discuss that.
Through the Deputy Mayor, we did put out a survey to the bulk water users and we only received one comment back. We will be providing that information to Council in a report. However, based on the information we were provided, we didn't feel that it was significant enough information at this time to do anything drastic. However, the bulk water rates, if I remember correctly, are staying the same. There is no increase. So that is how they are reflected in the fees and charges.
Okay, no other comment from council? Then I'll call the question. All in favor of accepting the fees and charges as presented? Thank you. Next is COR 2019-14, Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, the Green Stream Grant application. A mover and seconder, please. Councillors Bartley and Bell. And are you speaking to that, Mr. Chapman?
I am, Your Worship, yes. We, of course, need approval from the municipality in order to actually finalize this grant application. We went through, as we do with all of our grants, a number of different options to apply for, and we settled on the Nelson Street Booster Station. The project is partly development driven. There are needs for an updated booster station for the existing population that's serviced by that, but there is, of course, a large development potential out there. You know, quite a bit of it could be funded from development charges. The issue that we found is that from the original DC background study to now, the price has escalated about 2.5 times the value of what we originally thought it was from 5 years ago. So we wanted to apply for this money because not only will it significantly benefit all of the existing 250 users up in that pressure zone, but it'll also help to mitigate any potential impacts of future excessive development charge increases. So we could charge the development industry for that additional cost, but what it would mean is that the DCs for that service area would go up by about $2,000 just for water charges, and we're trying to make sure that we are still, you know, development friendly. So it helps the tax base, it helps the existing water rates, it also helps to mitigate the impact on the potential future development charges if we were to secure this grant.
Okay, any discussion from council? All in favor? Thank you. COR 2019-15 project updates, the Sykes Street Bridge and Revitalization Grant. A mover and seconder, please. Councillors Kettner and Vickers. And are you speaking to that, Mr. Chapman?
Yes, ma'am. Through the Deputy Mayor, we're just bringing forward a bit of a project update. We knew that there were, you know, we've been kind of verbally telling council throughout the process since early September that we knew that there were going to be cost overruns above and beyond the contingency allowance. We wanted to make sure that we got this in front of council before just the normal year-end process where you normally see this, to let council know about all of the increased costs. And we're also seeking approval effectively for the reallocation of some grant funding, the downtown street revitalization funding. We were going to use it for an accessible ramp and kind of connectivity between the parking lot and the sidewalk at Market Square. Because of cost overruns on Syke Street and because of timing, we've reallocated or would like to reallocate this towards the streetlight costs on the Syke Street Bridge, which help to free up that future money for other bridge-related projects.
Okay, any discussion from council? Councillor Greenfield.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. So the Syke Street Bridge, Mr. Chapman, am I reading this correctly that it was, it has ended up at least something like 30% over what the original bid was? Now, I know there were problems, but like we had an overage at the Big Shell Bridge, not huge, certainly overage in time and some price too, but I mean, between the engineers and the contractors, can't they figure out a price a little more closer to the exact amount than 30% out?
Well, I guess all I can say is that luckily on this project, the low bids were substantially lower than what the budget amount was, so we're still in a favorable position based on what we thought the original budget was. But ultimately with these structures, the problem that we've got is that many of these bridges were constructed 40, 50, 60 years ago, and in some cases, they probably had awesome as-built drawings. But in the last 50 or 60 years, the municipality has misplaced them. In other cases, we don't have awesome as-built drawings. So until you actually get the asphalt and the concrete stripped away, you don't know what's sitting there. And that's why the majority of these overages are because they were unknown issues that we found out after daylighting the problems. I think we just need to build in an expectation that may happen on these projects, and also build in some, more importantly for the public who, are concerned about this. We talked about this, I believe, at the last meeting, but an expectation of some timing. So instead of trying to go out and communicate the best case scenario of when the bridge is going to be back open, let's, maybe communicate a more reasonable approach, recognizing that on a couple of these projects, we've seen delays. This is probably the norm, so let's build that into the contingency.
Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, so if I'm understanding all the numbers correct, so when we started, we thought the number was we hoped, we planned, maybe that's the word, is that the word, Matt? Planned? We planned the number to be 1.186. Would that be fair?
So through the deputy, the original budget as approved by council was almost $1.6 million.
Correct.
The tender price came in very low, and based on that tender price, we were expecting a total cost of just under $1.2 million.
Okay. So in the end, after all the pluses and minuses, it came in at 1.29.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's all in. And then these are all the different things that contributed to the approximately $200,000. 100, no. We started at 1.2.
Sorry, so the core cost of the bridge construction was tendered at just under $1 million. The final price was almost $1.3 million. So because there's engineering costs. So the final project is estimated to come in at $1,383,000. So that's right at the very bottom of page 5 of the report. So we expected it to be about 1.6, the final price came in at about 1.4 million.
Correct.
All in with engineering and everything.
But when the tenders went out, we, at one point, we were looking at say 1.2.
Yes.
Would that be fair? So because what's going to happen is somebody's going to read this, and they're going to come up and talk to us about it, and they're going to tell us all the reasons why everything went wrong. So this is why I'm trying to get a real good grasp on what exactly the final numbers were.
Yeah, I think, we've never done this on any other project, and maybe this should be the new norm, especially for these larger projects. But I think, if anybody, tries to question we've been pretty transparent in this report about exactly what all the additional costs were. That, there were $250,000 in overages and $76,000 in change orders, and we've itemized everything in the report as to what it is and what the reasoning was. So, people still may not like it. I'm not saying that, sometimes the truth doesn't hurt, but at least it's very clear and transparent as to where all these additional costs came from.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chapman. And my concern really is the learning from this and the Big Shot Bridge as we move into the Trowbridge Street, particularly in relation to timing of the project, because as Councillor Greenfield mentioned, having the last two bridges going a considerable number of weeks over the estimated time for construction, my hope is that we can just have a better grasp on the cost and the timing that the Trowbridge Street Bridge will take.
Yes, and through the Deputy Mayor, we were expecting mid-September. It didn't get finished really until October 31st. I think, all things being equal, we would have been done 3 weeks late. Like we would have, been done, before Thanksgiving, most likely, except there were a bunch of contingency items that had to be accounted for because of the Scarecrow Parade and Apple Harvest Craft Show. And because of that shutdown, demobilization, and then remobilization, there was work that couldn't happen beforehand because it couldn't cure, and then it got delayed afterwards because of some weather issues, and that's why it pushed us right to the end. So, the advantage, I still think we need to build in a contingency of time with future projects, but the advantage with Trowbridge in particular is that it's a full closure, so we don't have to worry about trying to open it up for special events.
Thank you. Any other comments from council? All in favor then? Thank you. And next is the COR 2019-16 update, small and rural municipalities resources to improve service delivery and efficiency grant. Mr. Chapman, and we need a mover and a seconder, Councillor Greenfield and Councillor Bartley, and back to you, Mr. Chapman.
Yes, through the Deputy Mayor. So this is the report that's bit of a shell game in order to try and get to the end result of allocating this one-time efficiency funding towards the potential use on the twin bridges in the future. So money has to be spent and allocated by March of next year to meet the province's fiscal year end at that stage of the game. So we know that we're not going to be able to spend the money on the twin bridges by that time. So we're having to use some creativity here. So the first part of this report is just providing an update on the projects that were actually approved by council. So at one stage of the game, early on, the council approved the allocation of the $642,000 to the traffic counts, the Bridge SODI, Transportation Master Plan update, and Concession A. And then the remaining $280,000 was to go towards the Shield Bridge rehabilitation, because at the time we were having this discussion, I made that suggestion as a project where we just kind of flip-flopped the money from one bridge to another bridge. We found out afterwards, just trying to do this on the fly didn't work well because I had neglected to remember that Shields Bridge was being mostly funded from an OCIF top-up grant, and we can't stack the grants, so now we're back to square one. So we have to look at creatively funding a different project. So council had already allocated surplus funds to go against Concession A. We're now saying use the efficiency grant to pay for that portion of Concession A, and those monies that you had allocated to Concession A from the surplus, we'll put that into the bridge reserve to fund bridges 21 and 22. Again, just stealing from Peter to pay Paul later in the day. The report also gives updates on the projects that were actually approved. We wanted to bring this back to council because when we were first doing this, we got some preliminary costs, in particular on the traffic counts, and we were using an extrapolation because we looked at some other neighboring municipalities and what they paid for traffic counts and said, okay, well, you know, they paid $30,000 to do 100 traffic counts. We know that we've got 500 setouts approximately. It's probably going to be 5 times the price. Lo and behold to us, like, we got amazing pricing back. I mean, we actually had 3 firms that bid, and all 3 of them were under $50,000. So, in the least expensive one was just over $30,000. So, we were way off on the mark on this. So, there's effectively free money. There's extra money that needs to be allocated. The Bridge SOTI and the Transportation Master Plan have been joined together. They've just been finally approved tonight, so we'll get going on that. And they pretty much came in on budget. The asphalt was right on budget as well. So we brought back a couple of, well, one new project and one recycled project for council to consider putting some money towards, and then trying to get approval on the robbing Peter to pay Paul approach as well on concession A for bridge money. So the first one that we brought forward is minor in nature. It's $10,000. This really does fit, you know, very strategically within the efficiency funding, what the province really wanted us to do with this. What we're looking for is using up to $10,000 to have a third party come in and do training to council and the entire management team on establishing levels of service and developing risk matrix as far as how it relates to climate change adaptation. So these are you know, required bullet points within an asset management plan that we have to have. So instead of you know, asset management is new to us, you know, as staff as well. So instead of us trying to, you know, lead the approach with council, there are some pretty good organizations out there that are kind of ahead of the curve on asset management. We would like to bring one of them in and do training for both council and management staff at the same time, so that we're all on the same page and moving forward, you know, as an organization in understanding how to establish levels of service and then how to build risk into that, in particular with regards to climate change. So that's $10,000. The other project we originally pitched, it was not approved by council, but we thought that we'd bring it back simply because, you know, council recently declared a climate emergency and also requested that staff bring back a report on different things that we could do. Report will be forthcoming, but one thing that we thought, you know, we'd bring forward immediately is recycling the idea of putting solar panels on 3 of our facilities and going through a net meter process, which would reduce the overall energy at those, you know, kind of the carbon footprint at all those facilities, because they would use solar energy to power them, and that would be a very quick win in order to try and reduce our overall footprint, so to speak. So with that, I'll open it up for questions of council.
Councillor Bartley.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. Darcy, when we did this, the hydro rates were on a low. They just recently went up. So I was against doing a 20-year payback because the equipment lasts 20 years. But would you estimate this would be a 10-year payback now with the rates going to what they just did?
Through the Deputy Mayor, each project is a little bit different because the biggest cost in solar is the inverters themselves. And, you know, there's even the smallest inverters are like 10 grand, and then the bigger up you go, it's, you know, it's not incrementally, you know, the same amount. I would say that we're probably looking at, even with the rates kind of being artificially set and subsidized right now by the province, worst case scenario, 12 to 14 year payback, probably best case, especially if rates continue to go up, maybe 8 to 10 years.
Because the rates did just jump.
Yeah, and I would expect that they're going to continue to go up because there's only so much that the province can do to try and, you know, keep those rates down.
So do we have to do anything to these roofs? We put this up and then we have to roof the place?
Great question. We actually had 7 applications on 7 different facilities at one point in time, and some of them we've let go because we either did, further analysis, and it really just, the payback wasn't there because it wasn't easy to do, or because we weren't in a position to actually replace the roofs. The fire hall has a steel roof and is good still for another 25, 30, 40 years, and we've just put new roofs on both the museum and the Harbor House, actually in anticipation of eventually doing this project. So we're good to go. They're all new or steel or a combination of both.
Okay, so when you get, this is a reverse meter, we still have to pay delivery charge and whatnot to Ontario Hydro, which is a good chunk of your bill?
No, the only thing that you have to pay is, think of it as your service fee. So commercial is slightly higher, usually about $60 is the minimum charge. Residential is only $42. That's what you pay. So as long as the facility generates enough to offset, then you only have to pay just the basic minimum service charge for the bill, and that's it. The way net meter systems work is that you generate power. If you don't use, like so in the summertime, you generate way more than you actually use. That excess power goes into kind of like the piggy bank, and then you use that in the months where you don't generate as much power, and the power sits in that bank, and as long as you use it within 11 months, you don't lose it. So it's a continual cycle of generate, use.
Yeah, I understand that side. So they do not hit you with a delivery charge still?
They do not.
Okay, thank you.
I personally have net meter on my house,
Yeah.
and I pay $41.37 every month, no matter what.
The rich get richer.
Councillor Vickers.
Through your worship, if the solar panel thing wasn't there, what would be the next project on the list?
Funding even more of concession A versus just the remaining $275,000, and that money going against the Twin Bridges as per the direction of council. We really don't have any other project that we could try and pull off in 2020 that could actually, meet any kind of target or provide some kind of benefit from an efficiency grant. So it might as well just go, in the offset to allow for the future bridge money.
So that's your final answer. We aren't changing it, or that's it. So if we don't do solar, we're just going to actually bank that money more into the reserve fund for the Twin Bridges infrastructure.
That would be the only other suggestion that I could, reasonably come up with.
Thank you for that. So just to clarify then, Mr. Chapman, this is $280,000. And is there other money in reserves at this point in time for the Twin Bridges? What would be the total amount we have set aside?
There's $50,000 already sitting in the reserve fund from a few years back to do more EA work.
Right.
And then no solar, or sorry, if you allocate the solar, you still have the $275,300 that's shown in the report. If you decide not to go with the solar, you'd add an extra $115,000 to that.
Okay, I have a question from page 3 of the report where it talks about speed data shall include average speed, percent exceeding the posted speed limit, etc. Can that data then be provided to the OPP? We've had a number of reports to council about speeders on our local roads and requests for additional speed reduction signs and so on. Can this data then be provided to help with those requests?
Through the deputy mayor to the deputy mayor, I wouldn't actually provide this data because it's now months stale dated. The traffic counters that we own and the additional ones that we're going to purchase provide all of this same data. And in the past, we've used our own traffic counters and actually set them out for a longer period as well. We've set them out typically for a whole 7 days so that the OPP can see night versus day versus weekend back and forth, and then we just give them the raw data and they analyze it how they wish and determine whether there potentially is a speeding problem or not and whether they should set up some kind of a speed trap. But we absolutely provide that data.
Mr. Smith.
And Darcy just talked about how we have in the past. We continue to do so. I'm currently acting as the go-between between the OPP and the transportation team, and we've got a couple of other places we're doing set-outs right now.
Okay. So other questions from council? And then I guess the question for us is whether or not to move forward with the solar panels or whether to allocate that money to Bridges 2021. So, Mr. Smith, how should we approach that? Do we need a motion?
The motion on the table is to do the solar. If somebody doesn't want to do the solar, they need to propose an amendment.
Okay, does anyone wish to propose that amendment? Councillor Vickers? And seconded by Councillor Kentner.
Can I just get clarification from Councillor Vickers whether it's just infrastructure in general or 21 and 22 specifically, or concession A specifically to allow us to move to 21 and 22?
And I will not stipulate it has to be 21, 22 bridges. I just want it to go into, is there a reserve?
Bridges.
For bridges, yes.
Okay, so you've
I'm not saying it couldn't eventually be used for
21 and 22?
but I'm not saying that.
Okay, so you're saying to bridge reserves.
Bridge reserve, correct.
And Councillor Kentler, do you support that as a seconder? Okay. So any discussion on that? So all in favor of moving that 115,000 to bridge reserves? Okay, and those against? Okay, so that that moves forward then. And then back to the original motion for that Committee of the Whole directs staff to bring the, no, that's not, I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong spot now. Okay. The recommendation. The Service Delivery and Efficiency Grant, I guess there isn't a recommendation there. Okay, so just to accept this report then as presented, yes?
Through Deputy Mayor, so I think, you know, the change now would simply be in part 1, where it says to approve the reallocation towards asset management training and net solar installations. You would just get rid of net solar installations. So council still approving us allocating $10,000 to asset management training.
Yes.
And the rest of the money going to concession A. And then part 2 is that the surplus funds then go to the bridge reserves.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll call the question then. All in favor of what Darcy just said? Okay. Thank you. That made it easier. Now that I'm on the right spot, I can. Yes. I was going by the paper agenda. I should have been on the computer for that one. Okay. Development Services, item number DEV 2019-12, Queensbush Estates Limited deeming bylaw request. Mover and seconder, Councillor Bell and Councillor Bartley and Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, thank you, Deputy Mayor. This is the third request that we've had. They've all been for lots that back onto the steep embankment. One was on Yukosevic Crescent. This is the second one on Mimi Crescent. If you look at the map, you can see the one to the south. It's now enlarged, and this one would be doing the same thing. So it's a similar request that we've had into other situations, so we're willing to support that due to constraints on the property.
Okay, any discussion on that one? Then all in favor? Thank you. Updates from members appointed to County Council and committees and local boards. Councillor Kentner, would you speak to County Council?
I will. I just have zeroed in on 3 things that I think have quite a bearing on our economic development in our municipality. County Council met last Thursday. Christopher Mercanti, Community and Indigenous Relations for Bruce Power, gave his semi-annual report. The replacement of all major components and the additions of a new training center and administrative complex are going to create 20,000 jobs between 2020 and 2033, as well as 5,000 additional positions, injecting $4 billion a year into Ontario's economy. It's all being fueled by $13 billion in private investment that will extend the life of the power center to 2064. The Bruce produces 6,430 megawatts of ultra-low carbon electricity. Mercanti stressed that many of the major components are going to be manufactured here in Ontario. Bruce Grey and Huron counties are all benefiting from the Nuclear Innovation Institute, which has been established as a regional hub to attract investments in clean energy transformation, health and environmental initiatives, and to promote new skills and knowledge in the host communities. Bruce Power and Sohn have partnered in medical isotope leadership, which will return Canada to this important field and provide a revenue stream for Sohn for several decades. That's the Saugeen Ojibwe Nation. Mercanti pointed out as well that Bruce Power has contributed to the Meaford Hospital Foundation's purchase of a new anesthetic machine and the new MRI in Owen Sound. I really believe we're going to see dynamic business growth as a result of some of the initiatives at Grey County. Over the past 2 years, the Blue Water Angels private sector investors have been donating funds to the county for the Innovation Center at Sydenham campus. The goal is a business accelerator program providing scale-up services to entrepreneurs looking to grow and expand their businesses. And that's different from the startup services currently being provided by the Business Entrepreneur Center at Sydenham campus. And now, a separate not-for-profit organization, Grey Bruce Not-for-Profit Business Innovation Corporation, has been formally incorporated, operating under the trade name Catapult Grey Bruce. Council approved a grant of $33,900 to acquire a license from the Fast Lane Plus program from Innovation Guelph. And a program development manager has been hired on a 6-month contract to launch the accelerator program. And finally, Grey Roots Museum and Archives, which includes the Heritage Village of Morston, could soon have a new neighbor. On Thursday, County Council received an update on a new partnership with the Owen Sound Agricultural Society and the Chatsworth Agricultural Society to create a regional agricultural learning and demonstration site on the west side of Grey Roots. Council approved a memorandum of understanding detailing the partnership and directed staff to finalize and implement a land transfer from Mr. and Mrs. Everett Hall, who are donating the property for the project. A lease agreement will be drawn up with the agricultural societies and an application made to the Niagara Escarpment Commission in order to establish the site. The agricultural societies are planning an administration building and a barn which will house livestock during demonstrations. And I hope most of you have seen the 2019 year in review from Grey County, and here we councillors from Meaford scored a big page there. So thank you.
Well done, Councillor Kentner. And I might suggest that our council consider requesting a tour of the Sydenham Centre when it's really operational. I think it's going to be an amazing facility, and I think we'd all enjoy gaining greater knowledge of what's going to take place there at Sydenham Centre. So I'll leave that perhaps with staff to organize at a later date. Any other boards or committees that anyone would like to report on? Okay. And we'll move forward then to the building report. And a drum roll for Councillor Greenfield.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keevy. Yes, an amazing number. Over $71 million in building permits up until the end of November. Now, granted, this does include a very high permit for the new school, but even if you take that off, and we're still looking at well over $40 million, which puts us pretty well the same as last year, and depending on how December pans out, we may be very close to the record year of $43.5 million in 2017. I just wanted to point out, and Councillor Bartley mentioned this, I think the last month. Even though the number of new houses have gone down, the building permit values of them is about $1.5 million more. So we have had some very, very pricey domiciles built in our municipality this year. It's a very good report, I think.
And I think we all agree. Thank you, Councillor Greenfield. Is there anything from the variance report that anyone wishes to bring forward? I know we sort of addressed it earlier, but I didn't have it in front of me at the time. I think my confusion, Mr. Chapman, is the projects here that have canceled beside them, like the Cornfield Bridge Rehabilitation, for argument's sake, $5,300. So you're saying that money then is, that project's being moved forward, or that is moved into reserves, or there's a, we're on page 3 of 17 of the variance report. I understand the rebudgeted for 2020. I'm just confused about the micro resurfacing program, for example, $26,600. It says canceled, so just trying to understand where that money goes.
Yes, so the resurfacing program was canceled, but the council reallocated that money to additional costs on 22nd Sideroad, I believe it was. So we've already used that money, but in some cases, like the small ones, like Cornfields Bridge or Bridge 114, that have just been canceled, we're not scheduling to do the work in the short term now because of changes with the OSIM inspections, so they're not immediate need to be done now. So as such, that money just stays in those instances, they would stay in the Bridge Reserve Fund for future allocation. The one further down, the Sea-Doo docks at $12,000, that would have been funded from, effectively from the harbor side of things, so it'll go back to the Harbor Reserve Fund for future use. So when I get around, through 2020, doing that kind of forensics of each of the reserve funds, in some cases, this is how the reserve funds have built up partly over time, and that'll be, highlighted in that report.
Thank you. Okay, no other questions on the variance report? Okay, then the recommendation that Council of the Whole receive the regular statistical memos for information purposes. Okay, so we don't need a motion for that. No. Thank you. Not at 8:30. Okay. May I have a motion to move out of Committee of the Whole? Councillor Ballin Bartley, thank you very much. Recommendation, be it resolved that Council of the Municipality of Meaford hereby move out of Committee of the Whole at 2028. 8:28. Thank you. Councillor motions. Are there any notices of motion? And we have a notice of motion. Yes, Councillor Kentner.
Actually, I have a notice of two motions. The first is to form a public advisory committee for Meaford Parks. And the second one would be to defer a decision on the Burnside recommendations until the public advisory committee can review and comment on the recommendations.
Thank you. And Councillor Bartley?
I had two, but now I'll just have one. I will bring a...
No, it's just a notice.
This is your notice of motion. I'm going to bring a motion forward to change the way we do COLA from what we presently have in the bylaw to probably match the average of the other municipalities around us in the county.
Thank you. No other notices of motion? Okay. So now we have a motion for decision. Councillor Kentner's motion to, reduction in the annual capital budget increase related to facilities to 0.35%. Councillor Kentner, you will move that?
I will.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Greenfield, and the floor is yours.
Okay, if I could speak to this. This is not a very eloquently rendered motion, so I'm just going to give you my rationale here, if I may. I believe that our asset management plan is rather aggressive, to say the least. I think that a lot of the problem we have with our budget this year is actually the tremendous amount of capital projects, $15 million in total, which is way outpacing all of the municipalities that surround us. And I would just add to that, every year we're adding 1% to roads and 1% to bridges, and now 0.5% to facilities. But already in this first year budget of that, 0.5% has become 0.7%. So I would feel that once we make some real progress on roads and bridges, I would favor returning to 0.5 or even higher for facilities. But right at the moment, when we're so far behind with roads and bridges, and many of our facilities are really in very good condition, I think that 0.35% would be sufficient. And I also think that reducing this now will be very important in holding down next year's tax increase, which is shaping up to be a bit of a whopper. So those are my reasons.
Okay. Any discussion on that motion from Councillor Kentner? Councillor Vickers?
Through your worship, so some of the plans we have for the facilities, and let's use the arena. If we, because I think that's, if my memory's right, that's the one that is one of the bigger ones. So if we do not get the grants, how much of an effect does that have? And like, how important is it to keep it at 0.5? Can you kind of say whether it's a bit of an either or?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I think the grants will help us long-term. One thing we need to recognize is that Council established the 0.5% on facilities back in 2016 based on a facility condition assessment report that came forward of 20 of our facilities. And that was showing that we had a $9 million glut of work over a 10-year period, and we were way behind the 8 ball. So that's how we were going to get up to that $900,000 a year, was a kind of that 0.5% over the 10-year period. Since then, we've done assessments on all of our facilities, and we actually have just over 60. We haven't included all of those facility assessment needs in that number because the expectation is we go through a facility rationalization. We might be able to get rid of some of the ones, in particular 396th Street, which was $600,000, the 15 Trowbridge, the existing library, which was about $350,000, so on and so forth. So we're kind of hoping that long-term, crossing fingers, as we get through the rationalizations, maybe this will all start to help to work out on its own. Getting the grant for the arena would be a big help to get us closer to that, but we're still going to be behind the 8 ball. I still think we're, even with the grant, we're $10 million over a 10-year period, even rationalizing some of these facilities, selling some of the facilities, divesting ourselves maybe of some of the, like things like Midasmart and the community centers and some of our, garage spaces, so on and so forth. We might, again, are we living beyond our means? And these are the decisions that council is going to have to make.
Councillor Vickers?
So try and help me understand approximately how much that fund is going to, that 5%, because we've had 5% for 16, 17, 18, 19 now. 0.5, sorry about that, 0.5. Can you give me an approximate amount of money that's accumulating in for the 2020 budget?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I believe we're at about $560,000 in total funding for facilities. When we started this journey back in 2016, we were under 300 grand. So we've, because it does stack on top of itself, right? So, we're maybe halfway to where we need to be, but that's not accounting for inflation either, right? That $9 million was a number that was 4.5 years ago, and we haven't accounted for inflation, so.
Okay. Councillor Bartley?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Keaveney. I just want to reiterate what Darcy said. The reason we started this, the reason I started it, even at 0.5, we're not going to make what the assessment says on 20 of our buildings, not 60. That was on 20 buildings. So what I don't understand, maybe you can help me out with this, Mr. Treasurer. There's other municipalities have much the same reports on their file, and they're kind of ignoring this. Are they waiting for the province to save them?
Through the Deputy Mayor, that's a great philosophical question. At 8:32 at night, I'll give you a real answer. I think that they are, but I think that they're not going to get it. I won't say the municipality, but there is a municipality in Grey County that for 3 years applied for the same project on 5 different grant applications and was turned down every single time. And finally, on the 5th time, their CAO contacted the province and said, "What gives?" We again and again and again and again. And the province said, "Well, you have virtually no debt on your FIR statements. Your rates are substantially lower than your comparators, and you have healthy reserve funds. We're not going to fund you when you can fund yourself. So, yeah, I think that there are a lot of municipalities out there praying for the faint hope clause. And eventually it's all going to catch up. Now, maybe it won't. Maybe if we all 400 of us banded together and went back to the province and said, remember in 1986 you used to fund, $1.11 for every local tax dollar. And now you're funding 25 cents for every local tax dollar. It's time for you to pony back up. This is why our infrastructure is failing. But barring that happening, I mean, this is why the province and the federal government's going to asset management, because you're going to have to establish levels of service, establish how you're going to fund it, and then if you still can't meet it, then you're going to have to prove to the province that you're trying to reduce levels of service or live within your means, and you still can't make it happen. And then that's when they're going to give you money. But if you have no debt, you have lower water, sewer, tax rates than most of your comparators, and you have healthy enough reserve funds, you won't even get looked at.
I think the other thing that some municipalities are doing is just hoping that their buildings will be okay. A lot of our management strategy around facilities in particular is about doing maintenance to make sure they last longer than they would otherwise. We all know of municipalities near and far where large facilities have had to be closed because they are so broken down, and now they're having to build new ones. Building a new one costs a heck of a lot more than doing this ongoing maintenance.
I agree with you, and I know exactly what you're talking about. And just for your own little thing, Darcy, AMO and Roma have gone to the province and the federals 400 strong and said what you said. Nothing happened.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay. So, any other comments? So we're still on Councillor Kentner's motion. Councillor Kentner?
I know that some people are a little concerned about the accessibility requirements for 2025. If we were to lower this increment each year for facilities to 3.35%, would we be in danger of not being able to achieve the goals for EODP?
Through the Deputy Mayor, I would say no, because I think that what we would have to do is prioritize those above other facility works that may be required for, to make sure that the building lasts as long as it's supposed to, as Matt said. But in order to meet that requirement, we'd have no choice but to prioritize those works, because if you're not compliant, then you can't even open the doors. So, it will be a matter of choices.
Okay, are we ready to take the vote then on Councillor Kentner's motion to move facilities to 0.35%? All in favor? 2 and against? 3, that is lost. Okay, so adoption of minutes. Council meeting of November the 18th, 2019. A mover and a seconder? No. And actually, and I think we'll have the mover and a seconder, Councillor Bell and Councillor Greenfield. Councillor Kentner is listed as absent when it should have been Councillor Vickers. And all in favor of those minutes otherwise, if there's no other discussion? Thank you. The special meetings of November 25th and 26th, a mover and a seconder for both of those. Okay, so Councillor Bartley and Councillor Kentner, any discussion on those minutes? And all in favor? Thank you. Council meeting December the 2nd, 2019, a mover and a seconder. Councillors Bell and Greenfield, any discussion? All in favor? Closed meeting December the 2nd, a mover and a seconder. Councillor Bartley and Councillor Kentner, recognizing if there is any discussion, we will need to go back into closed session. And I know we just received those minutes when we arrived today. Do you need a minute to look at those? No? Everybody's good? All in favor? Thank you. Is there anything that anyone wishes to pull from communications? Councillor Bartley.
Just I'd like to pull F.
F? Okay. And anything else? Then floor is yours, Councillor Bartley.
Thank you. And Darcy, you may not have read it, but For 2018, the municipality of Meaford has one indicator that exceeded the low-risk threshold, closing amortization balance as a percentage of total cost of capital assets. What does this all mean?
We're in really, really good shape. This is the roll-up information that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing provides to each municipality. And you'll notice on that, we have one that's sitting outside the scope, as our representative made note of, and it's just barely tickling that medium level. That one in particular, what they expect is it to be less than that 50%, because it means that you're spending more money annually consistently than you are depreciating, so your assets are less than 50% used, right? So, and we're, like I said, we're right on that cusp right now, and since we're spending so much money on capital, like a lot more now over the last number of years than we have in a long time, we're finally gaining headway on that single indicator.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. F. Mhm. Okay. All right. Thank you for that, Councillor Bartley. Is there anything from the correspondence list anyone wishes to address? Nope. We've done our public meetings. The confirming bylaw. Recommendation be it resolved that bylaw 2019-88, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Municipality of Meaford at its regular meetings held in the month of December 2019, be taken as read a first, second, and third time and finally passed. A mover and a second, Councillor Bell, Councillor Bartley, all in favor? Thank you. And I know everybody's anxious to go, but I just want to take 1 second before we adjourn to say thank you to everyone, senior staff and all the members of council who have been so supportive to me as I've filled in for Mayor Klumpus. I really appreciate all that you have, all your patience and all your help and guidance, and making this a very educational and pleasant experience for me. Thank you. And I know we'll all be glad to have Bart back in January. And I just want to wish everyone present and everyone who's listening a very safe and happy holiday season. Merry Christmas. All the best of the new year to everyone, and see you all right back here in January. Thank you, and we are adjourned.